Okay, greetings all folks. So far, nothing is broken, which means I'm probably going to get struck. Okay, greetings all folks.
Nope, there it is. There's the stream failure.
So far, nothing is broken.
There it is. Forgot to mute the VOD in the other window.
Okay, so now that status has been, literally as I said it, that fell apart. So, if you haven't joined in for one of these work streams before, this is ongoing development of what I call Vaccina, which is a generalized testing framework for validating COVID QR codes. There's a lot of context here, so let me give you the long and short of it. And I think the music's a little loud. And can I also get a mic check from the chat? So, for those who have been vaccinated, a lot of us, we got those paper cards. Those paper cards are universal. A lot of places can also issue a digital card, but there's not a lot of very good ways to validate them because they're all under different standards. I personally got my jabs in New York State. I got both the original 2 Moderna and the Moderna booster. New York has their own proprietary standard for those QR codes because we have an app that we have to show called Empire Pass. 10 other states use what are known as smart health cards, which have, shall we say, interesting. Okay, I will go through my Stream Beats library and I will pick the music that I like. The smart health cards are the more common one. They're used all in Canada. They're used in Japan and a few other countries. They are also issued directly by several pharmacies. Rite Aid, I've heard, despite being on the list, doesn't actually do it. Walgreens, CVS, and quite a few other ones. There is a main list that I'm going to pull up. Now, you may notice that my setup looks a bit different. During the last stream, we had some problems. I accidentally posted I had a bunch of the really nasty messages that have been left on my streams and on my GitHub over this project on air. And the YouTube editor kept glitching out when I tried to redact them because they were using slurs, and this type of content is going to be report spammed. I mean, it's just because of what it is. So, and I don't need this. I don't want to have to deal with a content community guideline strike over that because it's going to be a giant pain and a lot of drama that I don't need. So that's why the last VOD got nuked. I have a copy of it. I need to go through it, and I need to make sure I have all that taken out before I can repost it. There's more things to deal with that. So anyway, this is the I stopped the music intentionally. So this is the smart health card standard. And if we go to their main page, which is back over here, they have a list of who was it? List of issuers. So all these states, these organizations, pharmacies, and all these health networks, and this is a long list, use this standard. There are pain points in validating it, but this is what we are currently targeting for what is known as a minimum viable product, showing that I've done a lot of startups because that term is burned into my freaking brain. So getting back to it, where we left off last time, if we pull up the code, and let me grab the GitHub and I'll pin it, which I forgot to do. I actually did make an organization for this for going forward, but this is all free and open source work, and I am pushing to it in real time. So to avoid the mishaps of last time, I created a completely separate account on my computer for doing live streaming. That will, that's why I'm using Firefox. It's why my theme has changed, and so forth. So there's a lot been going on, but where we left off is we managed to get a way to download keys. We got a giant list of all the known signing keys. I suspect that list is actually incomplete, and I have to go back and revise my download code because apparently Epic will just randomly fail. Epic is a giant medical health system that is the thing of nightmares. We got to the point that we started implementing what's called a validator, which basically takes a set of rules. In this case, the OSHA 1910 501 rules. That's the actual laws, and walks through them and checks if it's correct. Now, there's some fix-me's in this code because I was running low on energy towards the end of it. So that's about 80 to 90% of the core functionality needed to do smart health cards. What we need to do next is, I have a to-do list for this that I wrote up in advance. First, we need to do this thing called unit tests because I'm literally doing this by myself. I'm hoping at some point I'm going to be able to get, other people involved and interested. But the way a project gets started, a lot, especially the ones like this, it's one guy in a room. The next thing I want to cover, I don't know if we'll implement it today. I want to have the API design on paper. I also want to figure out what the hardware aspect is going to look like. Now, the unfortunate truth of the matter is I don't think this is going to get done in time for the event I hoped. I ran into too many snags. There was too much ambiguity and difficulty. It may still get deployed on a test basis, but it's probably not going to get used. For this, I am near certain that we will be using this for my local hacking group, which means I'll be able to validate both New Jersey's smart health cards and New York's Empire Pass cards. So I will be able to get real-world data on this. I am also hoping to make this available as a turnkey image, both for x86 and Raspberry Pi. I might reach out to people in the makerspace. I am not a maker. I've never even 3D printed anything. But I am definitely of the thought that if I can get something that you can 3D print a case, buy a Pi, put a camera on it, and run it, that's going to get a lot of interest because I forgot who brought it up yesterday, but someone really brought that up as part of the badge life thing. And I realized, why would you not do a badge that could check QR codes? Like, I could just see that at, like, DEF CON. So that's a use case I want to keep in mind. And so I also want to plan out some aspects of the image design. One of the big the thing is that there is a trusted device problem here. And I also need to add some legal not so much legal protection, but I need to make it very clear what this is intended to and not to do, because someone's going to complain that, it doesn't always get a green check and you are responsible for X, Y, and Z. It's not designed to do that. There are valid cases where someone could have all their shots and the card doesn't validate, mostly because of how badly the standard has been deployed. That's not something I can fix. You can verify, if you have a card and you get a green check, you can trust it. If you don't get a green check, it just means that additional validation is required. It doesn't mean anything else. And that is the unfortunate world that we live in. But again, this is something, a room of engineers at the CDC should be doing. I'm just one guy that happens to need this problem solved. So, there we go. I have one Pi V3 on hand that could be used in a pinch. Did I really forget to get a Diet? No, I brought a Diet Coke out of the fridge. If I didn't have a Diet Coke out of the fridge, it would have been real sad. Because, as we all know, NCommander runs on Diet Coke. Anyway, open source licenses do say there's no warranty, but I want to make it very clear what the scope of this is so people understand it, because there is so much misinformation out there. I mean, I'm still depending on people to read the freaking documentation, which I know I'm being optimistic about, but what can I do? You know, I'm trying to do my own little bit of... The lamp is right here above me. And the lamp is also over there. It's actually out of frame today. Fine. I'll put the lamp in frame. I will put the lamp in frame. Okay, there. The lamp. It's going to say do manual. The current... I don't have the UX aspect of this completely planned out. I have some rough notes, but the current plan is that you get a green check, you get an orange check that says more validation required, a red check if the card could be validated but does not have valid vaccine information, and a gray check if the card could not be read for whatever reason. Okay, so I think that covers the long and short of it. So, getting back to where I want to go is I want to handle... So, the other thing I finally did, and I should have done this a while ago, I have debugging working in... Wrong file. I have debugging working in VS Code. So I can set breakpoints and make my life a lot easier. This wasn't working on my main account. I still don't know why. But it is working when I'm on the streaming account, which probably just means I broke Python somewhere. What else is new? Yes. So if we look at... To give context, if we look at what the data decodes to... That's not the one I am looking for. Is it this one? If you look at the data what decodes to, the Smart Health Card standard has a given name... It has the birthday, and then it has all immunizations on it. It also has the lot number, and I believe RAD is a unique identifier, but I have to recheck that with the specification. So, yes. My streaming setup is Ubuntu 20.04 LTS running Cinnamon. I just changed the theme today because, again, new account. Nothing else has actually changed. So, we need a bot that just answers that question automatically, because I swear that is the most frequently asked question I get here. So, unit tests. Let's make it. So, currently the way we are testing this, for better or worse, is... I gotta move the camera actually slightly because it's covering up my screen. I want to start handling all this. So, I was experimenting with this. Let me just open a new window. New window. Boom. So where I want to end up right now is I think I want to work on unit tests for a while because those are going to require the most amount of mental effort for the time being. And as I get more as I start to run out of energy, we can start looking and figuring out the next thing. So I will probably start buying parts to build a Pi image. Probably Pi 4 if they are available. I don't know. The current silicon storage, it's hard to say. So the current plan here is I'm going to use Python's coverage. So if I do coverage run source vaccina setup tests, or is it setup test? Yeah, setup test. And then I can do coverage report M or HTML. And then if I open that in a browser, so yeah, let's open that in a browser. We live in a society. Let's see here, come on. I don't even know why I said that, we just did. If we go to coverage, oh yeah, and here we open index, and it goes right to the other one. Yeah, so now we can see that our code coverage is completely 0. Perfect. So we are not going to be able to get this all the way up to 100% today. There are some cases that I'm going to have to do a fair bit of coding for, like revocation and bad keys. I did check the keys that I successfully retrieved last night. There were, and they were all valid, nothing to worry about. So that's good. But like, you can see we have all this red. So I want to get to probably a code coverage of about I'm going to say between 50 and 75% with the goal of reaching 90, just so we can specifically handle it. Yes. No, I completely redid this. I normally, before I stream, I clean up my desktop. But I have things like Slack and Discord. If I open the wrong window, I could not only dox myself, I could dox someone else. And it became very clear, and I realized that is an unacceptable risk. So that is why the whole thing got redone. Someone in chat suggested it to me yesterday, and it's like, how did I never think to do that beforehand? So, no, I didn't find anything bad. All I found were public signing keys. That was a legitimate fear, but all I found was public signing keys. Let me think about this. So where do I want to start? So let's go back to the specs, the healthcare standard. They have some example code, and I want to make sure that all these properly load and decode, specifically with their, oh yes, no, I have to lock the exposure on the camera again. Camera exposure, locked. I definitely want to build a dedicated streaming machine. It's just not a thing that's going to happen right now. So if we look at what the sample codes you get are, I think I want to just download all these files one by one, and we're just going to put them in source control so I have them for future reference. So let's grab this. I thought about making a specific VM for doing let's see your data, HCC, official. I thought about making a dedicated VM for handling this, but I do a lot of streams where I'm going to have to run VMs. And dealing with VMs within VMs is just, unfortunate. I mean, it can be done. There's plenty of ways it can be done. Oh, I just noticed Smart Health Cards has IPv6. Well, you know what? I'll take that. That actually makes me kind of happy. So let's just get all these go through. Like, see, one of my biggest problems is they don't have examples of failing health cards. Now, I might have a way to get in contact with some of the people involved with this specification. So maybe this will get better. I've had a lot of very good information come in over Twitter and Discord. Like the downside to being harassed on stream has been completely offset by the number of people I've been able to reach. And I am hugely thankful to everyone who has supported me through this. And just as a public announcement, we are probably going to be doing daily streams for the rest of this week. I am expecting to take Saturday off, and then on Sunday, I am tentatively planning on doing the next Linux from Scratch fundraising event. So that is the current stream schedule. So let's start by importing all the cards. Okay. Because there are certain cases that I know we're not handling correctly, and I want to fix that. And then once we have this into a form that other people can use, they'll be able to build it, test it, and helpfully help me figure out what's going on. I guess I'm probably going to end up in a Hackaday writing a Hackaday article. But for something like this to work, publicity is everything, and I want this proven that this works correctly, because that was the other thing that drove me a little bit crazy when you looked at even the free and open source validation apps, is that none of them had test suites. Like, what? I want this to be as good a code quality as possible with as much things being done as possible. I don't know, maybe it's a bit of a lost cause, but who knows? Okay. Smart health card. Oh, yes, this is actually an important case that we need to look at. I did notice the other day. Oh, I forgot that Firefox actually has a JSON reader. So this is actually a more specific test data. Like, this handles additional resources and observations. Yeah. Because I was only looking at example 0, so this is going to hopefully handle a bunch of the other edge cases that I wasn't expecting to have test data for, but I looked a little bit more in depth. But there's still other cases like known bad cards. They don't offer examples and how they should fail or why. So we'll just handle that as we handle that. Example 1. Let's see here. Grab link. Okay. 2 and 3. All right, I am going to just lower the heat a little bit. Yeah. So that the Linux from scratch will be announced publicly, but the rest of the streams for this week, wow, words hard. Assuming nothing prevents me from doing so, we'll all be working on this development. And then I'm still going to expect to stream on this on a fairly regular basis. It probably won't be daily. I'm also expecting to do a Patreon-specific live stream where I actually finished the Yggdrasil Linux video that has been the bane of my existence since freaking November. Okay, so let's get all this handled. SVG. Okay. And of course, I downloaded them all to the wrong folder. Okay, so official. So let's take a closer look of what I actually just downloaded. Because I did, like I said, I've looked at these in passing, but I didn't look at them in depth. So the example Zero card is basically what we've been working on up from this point. And if we go to data and we go to, like, there's different versions of this. Like, the first version is an SVG file, which is just decodes to this. And then this is sort of the decoding pipeline all the way through until you get to here. I don't think we're going to use all these files. I just want to have them all. And then we have example 1, which let's see here, which I forgot what. See, they don't like say what the differences are for one of these, for all of these. Like, I believe this is just a different code. I believe the first one is a Moderna shot. Example 1 is a Pfizer shot, and because I have those codes burned in my brain at this point. Example 2. We have a new type of resource, and we're actually probably going to have to add code to deal with this, where this has various lab work and testing. I don't know why they have this. Like, why do you need to have this sort of sample? But it is valid to have it on the card, even though we don't care. All we actually care about is is this even a COVID card? It's not actually. It doesn't declare itself as a COVID card. Wow, that's surprising. Why the heck did they include it then? Hold on. Let me go up a level. Yeah, see, this one only declares itself as a health card. So example 2 we actually don't care about because we are only caring about COVID-19 cards. So what's example 3 then? Yeah, see, example 3 is a COVID card. Is this actually a revoked one? Let's see here. Immunization 1, 2. If we look at the key. Hold on. Where's the signing key for this one? I don't know why it says revoked. Yeah, it's like, it's great that they have these examples. It'd be really nice if they told me why. I forgot example 2's SVGs. You are correct. I forgot one of the SVGs there. Thank you for the catch. So, I think example 2 we don't care about though. Because it's just, I mean, the only reason we're going to care about it is because it's not a COVID card. It is a health card, but we don't care about that case. Hold on. Let me just look at mod chat real quick. Okay. Yeah. No, the data that's on smart health cards is specifically dummy data. And the only live data I have is my own card. And my own card is not smart health card. It's Empire Pass. It's fine. Anyway, I don't have a bot in here for Discord. There are links for it in the description, as are my Twitter and Patreon. So now that we've got that sorted out, I think where I want to go is I want to start. Let's start with making some unit tests, which I know this is not the most interesting stream, but it's something we need to do to validate that this actually works. So I made a little skeleton the other day. So I think of where do I want to start? I think the validators, I need to do a lot of other stuff before we actually handle that particular case. I think I want to handle loading. I think I want to handle testing the smart health card keyloader and make sure it handles all these. Obviously, I'm going to have to make some failure cases for this, but that's fine. And then returns valid key storage. So be it. And then this handles the card manager, and then we'll probably write test code to do the fear parser first. Actually, I'm kind of thinking I want to do the parser because this is the most difficult part. The rest I'm a little less worried about. So I think that's actually where we're going to start. Now that I'm saying it out loud. So let's copy and paste this to a new test. So I want to do new file. New file. Right. It helps if I can put this in the right directory. Test fear parser. PY. Yoink. Test fear. Not fear. Fire. I keep forgetting parser. Import vaccina fear parser as FP. And if we go to the specific, let me just grab what the API is. I want to figure out which functions we are actually going to need to test, and I want these actually side by side. So we want to test. We want to test parse immunization record. Test parse person record. Tests if we how we handle a person entry. Test parse bundle to persons. Self. Testing decoding a full fire bundle. And there's probably some other things I want to specifically test. I also think I want to test the vaccine manager. Let me see here. The vaccine manager, maybe we want to do that. Let me just think if we want to do that first. The vaccine manager, which is over here, handles vaccine by code, vaccine by identifier. I think I also want, I think we're going to do, these are the two most, because these are the most important ones we need to deal with. So these are the cases that I want to handle first and foremost. Like the rest of the stuff I'm less worried about because the code is simple, but this is, vaccines.py. So let's get that also added. Yeah, I apologize if it's not the most interesting of days. If chat, I promise I will try and keep this as interesting as possible with various NCommander stories and probably me losing my minds. But one thing at a time. So set up, tear down, and then if I grab this and we go here and I grab the vaccine manager. So yeah, so load vaccine info, get code by, get vaccine by fire code by identifier, and then load. So what we want to do is, we wrote that data file by hand, but I think I want to keep a copy of it. I think I want to keep a copy of that in the unit test folder. Here. So let's go to tests data, and I want to put a new file in data. That's not where I want to do it. I got something I don't like about VS Code. Tests data. Okay. Because this is going to be one of the big things for determining determining if the code is correct. It's how we're going to build confidence in this. Let's see here. Saddest thing about the project is that yeah. I mean, it's just, so we're going to do the test will be fine with dummy data. There's no privacy implications to use data, official test data, for something that doesn't exist. This person doesn't exist, and this is a CA that is not meant for regular use. So I have no problems doing that on a public stream, because this is what is provided to do this. And I am going to try and get in contact with the group that makes the smart health cards and see if they will add example cards that will fail validation or fail specific tests. Because I can't put live data in a Git repo. I could put data in the correct format and so forth. iHearts Max, thank you for the $10 super chat. I definitely I'm hoping to be as entertaining as possible. Live streaming coding is not the easiest thing, but I'm trying not to make it boring. Like, I know, like, so now we need to implement this function that does the 1+1. Like, I've watched coding streams like that, and even I struggle with it. So let's start with the vaccine manager, because I think that's going to be the easier of the two cases. So let's grab the vaccines as that. And then I think for setup, what I want to do is vaccine manager equals vaccine info manager, and then that will handle the that'll handle the identification. So I think where we start is we're just going to start right here with test load vaccine info self. I know there's a way to do this in Python, and I'm completely failing on how you get the relative directory. I'm going to have to hardcode paths in. I will fix that off stream, because I'll spend half an hour going through unit test documentation. Like, I already see how that's happening. So test loading vaccine information database. Let's see here. Actually, I think I want to load this as a per test thing. It's not going to be super fast, but it's not like a database where I have to do a complete teardown and reset up. So let's call this vac manager. And then let's load the file, and then we'll add a global variable. Vaccine info is what? It would be tests, data, vaccine info, JSON, and then with open as F, vac manager. Load vaccine info, F read. All right, and let's see if that, and then I just want to make sure we're actually, okay. So setup test, okay. Okay, cool. That actually runs the test. So perfect. So now we need to do check certain values. Assert equal the known vaccine list. I don't remember what the length should be. So if we do manager known vaccine list, believe it would be. I'm just going to say 1, and we're going to see what that actually comes to. Excellent. That completely failed. That's exactly what it was supposed to, because it doesn't equal 1. It's supposed to be len, but that's fine. Chat, is the font too small for you? I just realized because of the change in settings, this might be too small for you to read. So let me make that bigger. Let's see. Let's go with 26. Yeah, okay, that's better. That's better. Okay, there we go. So now we know that we have 7 vaccines in our database, and that code is now handled and tested. So now we want to add, so now we just basically need to go right down the list. So, let's see here. If we want to get, here. So I want to test 2 separate cases here. Get vaccine by fear code ensures that we can properly load vaccine by lookup by fire code. That naming scheme, so much wow. All right, so first we want to load the database. We want to test 2 specific cases. We want to test multiple cases. First, I almost wonder if there should be separate unit tests. I know there's a way to break this up, but I kind of want to handle this all at once. First, handle simple test of vaccine with only one code. Okay, so vaccine equal vax manager get by code 207 self assert not none is not none vaccine. Okay, that works. And now we need to self assert equal vaccine. Let's see here. I need to remember how the vaccine class actually works. So vaccine identifier for 207 should be Moderna. And we'll get that from the data files like that. Test that. And we get a syntax error. Everyone's favorite. Oh, right. Okay, so assert equal. That's fine. So that handles that. So that handles that case. Let's see here. So font equal. Yeah. See, the one trick here is I need this small enough that I can actually keep the code on screen, but big enough that you guys can read. And unfortunately, I actually don't own a 4K monitor. I only own I own a old 32 1080p monitor as my primary. I should upgrade at some point. I really should. So, okay. So that handles that specific case. Let's see here. What do we do when... I'm trying to remember how you handle test vaccine by fear code single. I feel like I want to break this into multiple cases that handle different ones. Testing by single... I don't know. I sometimes feel like short but many tests is good, but we'll see. So I actually want to add a helper file function. So get vax manager, and then we're just going to take this code, and this is going to become that, like that, and then we just need to do this load, like that. Cool. Awesome. And then we just do that and that, retest our code, and our tests still pass. Perfect. See, this also helps provide very good documentation for the API. What do you mean by table-driven tests? I've had my unit test is a little bit interesting. I actually have a yellow card somewhere. I believe it's at my mom's. I'm not 100% sure because I left a bunch of important documents with her when I moved, and my yellow card is probably there. If I ever find it again, I will be happy to show a redacted version of it because not a lot of people have ever seen it. It's what actually the CDC cards are based on. Okay, so test by code 207, Viseer code single. Okay, yeah. So I think I want to just handle these all as different codes. So multiple codes. Vaccine that by fear that has single code. Ensures we can properly load a vaccine. Load vaccine with multiple codes. So first, we want to get Pfizer in our test set has multiple codes. We need to retrieve it multiple ways, but make sure it all points to the same thing. So first we need to try and get let's see, was it 208? Yeah, it's 208, 217, and 218. So this should get Pfizer, like that. So let's check that code. That works. Okay, so vaccine 1. Okay. Let's try and get it via another code method. Oh, thank you for the spelling correction. I really do appreciate people that do send me the pull requests to fix the typos as I go right along. It really, really does make a difference. So now we need to do, what is it? 217. We need to do the same check here. And then we do assert equal vaccine 1, vaccine 2. Because that's the whole point of how that's supposed to work. And we get a unit test fail because I make a typo. Me fail English? That's impossible. Okay, cool. So now we've got those code paths checked. If we rerun our code coverage, coverage run setup test. There we go. Coverage. Oh, hold on. Run source. Ooh, yeah, hold on. Coverage. HTML doc. So now if we check our code coverage report, it won't be 0. Check that out. Now we're starting to actually see that we are testing a lot of these code paths. Obviously, and look, see, like we forgot to grab this one. We forgot to check that we properly get a value error if we pass in a bad vaccine. So this, we are making sure that those code paths that will not normally come up with good test data all get tested, because one of the largest sources of security bugs and bugs in general is people never test with bad data, which leads to the failure case. So, yay! Progress is a thing. Yeah. Yeah, on average, it's my streams are between the shortest stream I did so far has been 4 hours. The 2 coding streams were 5.5 and 6.5 respectively. And just to make a note, the term yellow card or yellow book is not what they're actually called. I believe the official term is World Health Organization International Record of Vaccination. And it's typically these days, it has only ever been used for yellow fever, but it was made, I believe the original document itself dates back to the League of Nations. I believe it was one of the first things the League of Nations did with the advent of the polio vaccines. It's over 100 years old, that doc. Because they wanted to standardize how vaccine information was going from point to point. And then it just became part of the UN, and then it can be issued by any healthcare provider, although a lot don't know that. I had to go through like 3 doctors to find one to get the yellow card, because I needed it for some of the travels I've done in my life. So, yeah, vaccine passports, in a very literal sense, are over a century old at this point. Now, I need to remember how you do checking an assert with checking arrays. So, raise exception. Let's see here. How do you test a Python function raises? Okay, it's assert raises. I don't know if I want to do value error here or if I want to find my own exceptions class. There is an argument to be had either way, but I'd rather handle the basic case and we can then refactor as we go along. Sarah Nova, thank you for posting that. Yes, that's actually what is. It's also used for malaria. That's actually a really big deal in a lot of parts of the world, generally in Africa. The version I had also had stuff about blood type. It had my glasses prescription on it and a few other things. Like, if I ever get into serious trouble, the yellow card was all my essential data in one handy little format. And it was available in multiple languages. I believe it was in English, French, Spanish. It probably also was in, I don't remember. I like I said, I'm going to have to dig it up. I will, if I can find it, I will actually post pictures of it slightly redacted as a community post, although it's actually expired, so I don't know if it's any risk if I actually posted it. So let's now test. Let's write that here. Let's see here. Not found. Fear. Not found. So now we just handle this particular case. And then this should do, we grab the vaccine manager, self assert raise. Let me see, I'm trying to remember how you do this exactly. Assert raises. With self assert raises value error as context. Thank you, Stack Exchange. You make my life... It does make my life easier. There was a time where we didn't have that. Get code 1. And then we need to self-assert... I'm going to self-assert false just to make sure this actually works. Let's see here. Got wrong exception in context exception. All right, let's see if that actually works as I expect. That probably needs to be put like that. No, that didn't work. Oh, that's why it didn't work. I don't remember the function has to start with tests, but yeah, 5 tests. What? Okay, hold on. A search raise not implemented. Not implemented error. I guess that worked. Yeah, so when it's assert raises and it's the wrong error code, it blows up. And then if I put this as value error, it passes. Okay, cool. That handles that. Let me get back to chat. Okay. Let's see here. Code 117 tests on the wrong object. Yes, you are in fact correct. I have that wrong. That is correct. Thank you for that extra set of eyes. Okay. So that should cover all the exception cases there. Let's update our code coverage report. Let's see here. Should have updated our code coverage report. What did I do wrong? Or wrong parser. Vaccines. That's weird. I guess it generates a new UUID every time I do that. Okay, fair enough. So yeah, so now this function is completely, we've tested all code paths here. So now we need to do the get by identifier, which is a much simpler code path. And then we have to get by required doses. And then we've got complete code coverage for this function. I've cut back, but I will usually kill at least 1 2-liter a day. I know I drink a little bit too much for my own good. It really makes a big functionality difference for me. I've gone without caffeine for extended periods, and I just don't function well without it. But yeah. Anyone, I know the health concerns. Please do not go on about it. It's something I know about. Anyway, let's do the rest of these functions. So these cases should be more or less okay. So probably need 2 cases there and 3 cases there to handle all the different possibilities. Okay. I don't know personally, and I try not to think about it as far as caffeine goes. Fire code test handling fire code not found. Let's see here. So what were we testing again? Okay. We were going to test get vaccine by identifier. Okay. Self test if we can find a given vaccine by identifier. So this should be easy, because it's basically the same as this. But I'm going to just grab a different one. Yeah, so let's just do the copy paste thing. And then we just want to do that. Grabs that. Oh, wrong file. Ah, frig. I never liked that wget puts the file of the .1. That's always been like a giant pet peeve of mine. Test setup. Okay. That actually failed. Object has no identifier, vaccine identifier. That's interesting. What happened? Print. Did I goof, or is the function broken? Vaccine identifier. No, that's correct. We get the vaccine identifier. Test if not none. Vaccine identifier. Oh, I think we found a bug. I actually think we just found a bug. Let's take a look at the code. Return list of vaccines. We get vaccine by identifier. Return vaccine. What's it returning? What's going on here? Let me run this in a bigger terminal so you can see what I'm talking about. Wrong terminal. Let's get the other terminal. Let's get the bigger, and I can actually make it a larger font terminal. If we do test, if we do setup test, vaccine information module has no identifier. Okay, so I think we've got broken code here. Okay. Let's see here. Yeah, okay, yeah, that's definitely a broken. And this is why unit tests are important. If identifier, if so. There we go. All right. So far, so good. I'm digging it. I mean, look, we are finding bugs and we are fixing them. That is a major win. Okay, so let's make this smaller. Test if we can get vaccine by identifier. Test assert equal. I did not find. No, all the data was good. I was very happy about that. I still haven't managed to pull down the full list of keys. Fire. Test if we can find a given vaccine by identifier. Given vaccine. Test if we given vaccine with bad identifier. So does not exist, and then this should blow up. Let's see here. Just make sure it actually blows up. Yes, it does. And that gives a value error, like so. I guess we don't actually need the context because we're not using it. Okay, nice. What do we want to do next? So let's rerun the code coverage report. So coverage run setup test. Okay. Wrong window. Let's see here. I probably need to find like a more. Okay. So where are we? So we should be pretty much close to 100% at this point. Okay, so we still need. We just implemented those cases. What? Oh, I didn't regenerate the doc. Coverage HTML. You know what? I'm going to turn the keyboard lights back on. I've had the RGB off for a bit. I really do like this keyboard, but the RGB lights are kind of dying on me, and it makes me a bit sad. So now we are up to 88%. We just have this last function to test coverage, and we've got the core function. We've got the first module done. Yes. Yes. Okay. This is good, and we are finding bugs as we do it. Sometime between this stream and tomorrow, I will probably set up code coverage testing with Travis. It's just a giant pain. I have to deal with a bunch of private keys like API keys. So that's not a thing I'm going to deal with this moment, but it will happen. Okay. I'm using a Corsair XT95 Platinum with Cherry MX Blue switches. I know I use clicky switches. The mechanical keyboard people will probably hate me because it's a gaming keyboard with blues. I actually have considered taking this keyboard and modding it to use green switches. Well, what would you recommend for using as a CI pipeline on GitHub? Just to run the code coverage results and upload them. Like, if there's a problem with Travis CI, then let me know now. But I'm only planning on doing that to run code coverage before I merge a pull request. Okay, so let's implement that last test. Okay. I do not like brown switches. I actually am not a big fan of linear switches in general because there is no tactile feedback. However, the choice of keyboard switch is very personal. There's a lot of people that like linear or tactile switches. Browns are marketed as a tactile switch. They aren't. They have no notable tactile bump unless you really are, unless you have the most sensitive fingers. Yeah. So I don't mind tactile switches in and of themselves. I'm not a big fan of linears, but I much prefer clicky. I think a lot of that is because I learned to type on a Model F keyboard. So a clicky switch is closest to what I learned to type on. It just feels right to me. It's actually why I don't really love Model M keyboards, with some exceptions, because the buckling spring is a lot on those is not, it doesn't have as much kick as the Model F does. And yes, I just committed keyboard blasphemy because I did not give a glowing review of the Model M because I prefer the Model F. And that's when all the keyboard dislikes come in. Apparently, can you just imagine if the chat got brigaded not by people complaining about COVID, but by people complaining about my keyboard switches? You know what? That would be a good problem to have. Like there are worse problems to have. So let's test this last function. So that's get vaccine by required number of doses. So this would be a number of lists. So define test get vaccines by doses 1 with the self. So this is like, the problem is 90% of this is just all copy paste code, but it all has to be done. Get vaccines by required number of doses 1. Okay, and then a self assert equal lang vax list is, I just wanted to just make sure we actually get a test failure there, and we do. Awesome. Okay, so now we go back to 1, and that passes. Test if we can retrieve number of vaccines by a dose. Now, this next one will not return 6, which is what you might expect it to, because we have 1 vaccine in the list. We have the unknown. This should never be returned, and that's why it's in there. Okay. see here. Yeah. I've never used a Cherry keyboard as a daily driver. I'm generally a fan of their switches with some exceptions. Like I said, I don't like browns. I actually don't mind blacks. I wouldn't mind trying doing spring swapping on blacks to see if you can get a stiffer feel on it, because I think blacks have a nice feel, but they're a little bit too slippery for me. I mean, that's actually a problem I have with blues, because blues need, I believe it's 30 micrograms of force to activate, and they activate. I tend to bottom out. With greens, which are normally used for space bars, it's 80 micrograms, and I've been told that that is very similar to an old school Model M or Model F. So, yeah. Let's see here. So apparently we've left the lamp club and we have gone to the keyboard switch club. I don't know how we actually did that, but we did that. So the correct answer for this next question is 5. We get 5 back. Hold on, let's make sure this math actually works out. 5 is correct because we have 1 unknown, and 5 is correct because we have 7 unknown, 7 in the test data. 7 in the test data, 1 with 1 dose, 1 with -1 dose, aka unknown, and 5 with 2 doses. The math, okay, because future me is going to get confused by that until he remembers the train of thought that led up to it. Code commenting is not for the you that is writing the code this moment. Code commenting is either for you of the future or for the next guy, because there are a lot of people who don't think about the next person that has to suffer with a given code base. Okay, so let's check our code coverage. And look at that. Look at that. That is 100% code coverage on vaccines.py. That is a thing of beauty. Yes. Yes. That makes me really happy. Actually, watching this number go up makes me happy on so many levels. I mean, there are some things I'm a little surprised that are getting pulled in. Oh, probably because they're just getting loaded, even though these code paths are never actually being tested. So, okay, that makes sense. That totally makes sense. Yes, no, the pop filter popped me in the head. Literally, that was a thing that happened. And then we had this entire discussion about NCommander's lamps. Because I don't know why, but apparently people like my lamps. Which I don't know, I just found it on Amazon. Yes. Apparently, what I probably need to do is, if I really want to do this content creator thing, I need to set up a web interface that you can donate to me, and you can control the lamp. And you know what will happen is people start donating like crazy, and I'm just going to be sitting here as the light goes blink, 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 blink. So things they don't tell you when you become a content creator. Begin. Let's see here. So commit. Implement, start, implement, hold on. Import official test data for HSC, and official reference tests of HSC smart cards. Implement test skeletons for parser and fully test vaccines.py.s.s. Cool. Oh, and I also got agent fixed between the streams, which is why I didn't have to black it out that time. Yes, that is victory. That is. We are definitely getting along here. Apparently, all I need is lamp, and ooh, wow, a verified check actually entered chat. Okay. I've never seen that before. I didn't realize that people that have a verified check get a special banner when they talk. For those who are on mobile, on the streamer panel, excuse me. Normally the names are in gray because I'm in dark mode. My mods show up as blue, and a verified check actually shows up with a banner under it, probably to make them stand out. So that works. I'm going to step away from keyboard for about for a few seconds. So let me put a little bit of background music, and we will pick this up right then. Okay, and I am back. So, let's get back to it. The biggest thing is that when I'm streaming, I have to talk constantly. It's the secret for being a successful streamer. My throat gets parched, I drink something, and then the cycle of life continues. All right, anyway. I need to redo my logo to have an actual break. I mean, we could actually code that right now. I could just change the string that says now loading, now on break. But so be it. Are you guys going to make me actually use the switches on my lamp? Are we really going, like, are we going to have to rate the quality of the switches on my lamp? Because the lamp has switches. Okay, yeah, fine. We're doing this. We're doing this. I'm going to make chat happy. I'm going to get the lamp and I'm going to bring it by the mic so you can hear the switch. Here's the lamp. The lamp is plugged into, has a really short cord, so I'm just going to bring the microphone to it. And then he said, "Let there be light." Okay. Okay. Oh, hold on. And now that's going to stare at me if I don't move it. You know, the trick of being a content creator is given what they want, and apparently there is a really big niche on YouTube for lamp and lamp related equipment. I don't really understand it, but if it helps people, hit that subscribe button, hit that bell, follow me on Twitter, or join my Discord, or perhaps even support me on Patreon. I'll make a video of me just doing the lamp over and over again as an ASMR. is this a thing? This is supposed to be. What has gone wrong with my life? I'm literally talking about doing COVID vaccination and also turning a lamp on and off. I'm just going to embrace this madness, or go mad in the attempt. What were we doing again? Something about public safety. Help! COVID fighting is a thing. Okay. All right. So I think the next thing we need to handle here, let me look at what we're handling. I think I want to handle the fire parser next. And here's, let me give my thought process behind this. The main reason we started with vaccines is that was the base unit here. The fire parser is the most important part of, well, it's not the most important part, but this is like the most complex code in this. The most important part is probably the signature validation, because if I get that wrong, madness happens. So I want to probably get to 100% test coverage on this. But see, I don't even know what the status code, like we're probably going to have to go back into the Fire website and see there, like, because we have certain cases here that we're not handling correctly, and we'll have to fix a bunch of the coding errors from the other day. What I could set up a CoFly or other way to send to put money in. The main reason I do Super Chat is it's convenient for a lot of people, but YouTube does take a very large cut of it. But I'd be open to looking at alternatives. So, I mean, I believe even PayPal has a direct thing for that. Comedy Flu, I saw sun lamps are cheap, and I'm thinking, so someone made a spark-powered lamp, and then my brain caught up with the rest of that sentence, and we are just moving right along. Because if I keep thinking about this, the path to madness will, the madness will go real. And yes. So here is where, so let's close this file because we don't need it anymore. I gotta move the microphone because it's in the way. All right, hopefully it's still good on camera. So switching back to the parser, I think I want to handle the person record and then the immunization record first. And the reason I want to do, so if we handle the person record, if we go to the official test data, let's get what we're looking at. So here we have the resource type for a patient. Is right here. But example, I believe it's example B. Let's see, example B. Let's see here, example B. Or was it, which one of it had like all that other stuff? I think this one didn't have any person records in it. Oh no, it's called a patient record in this. Yeah, so I think example... So yes, this had a patient record. Yeah, so that had patient records. That has a patient record, and I believe example 3 has a patient record. See, the thing is, I'm really concerned on why this says Johnny revoked, because I don't see why it's supposed to be revoked. It'd be like nice if they documented that. Really be nice. As a hint to people who write specifications, for people like me who have to implement your specifications, please give test data and explain how that test data should or should not work in the oddball case. Please. All right, so we want to handle cases 3, 0, 1, and 0, 1, and 3. So let's do this. So let's let's see here. So test data example 00 file is that, and let's just do the other ones. So that would be 2 and 3. Like that. Test data root is tests SCH official, like that. All right. Okay. And I'm just going to add a note here. Example test file 2 doesn't have any patient data in it. Okay, cool. All right, so that helps. So let's just start working on this. So first, with open test data 00 as F. Patient, let's see here. Fire Josin pars equals Josin loads test data 00. Or sorry, no, that'd be F read. And let's just see if that actually loads anything. I just realized, is there... I remember there's a way that you can make it so you can only run specific tests, and I'm completely failing to remember how you actually do that. Like, if I just make this... I'm trying to remember there's a way to actually just run that one test, but so be it. Test coverage... Okay. I get the distinct feeling that did not work. Oh, right, because this needs to be test. It actually does have to start with the name test. No such file. Okay, so what did I do wrong? So data, test data. No such file or directory. So test data SEH official. How did I do this in the other one? So your test data. Okay, hold on. Test data. Oh, it is tests. I'm just reading comprehension failed today. Hey, look, there's our actual test data. So then what we just need to grab from here is the patient record. So that would be... That's kind of annoying, actually. How do I get the patient records out of this? Okay, I know what we're going to do. We're going to have to get a little creative. We're going to pull the official patient record out of that, and then we'll handle that as a more general case, because I want to just be able to test loading and reading this data specifically, just from an individual level instead of a whole blasted thing. So if we go down to data, we go to here, and we go to the bundle. The patient record data is right here, because this defines a patient object. So we're just going to make this its own file here. Let's see here. Data, tests data SCH fire patient data Josin. Okay. And then here, then we add that. We format it, and there we go. So there's our patient record. Okay, now we can do tests and other things with it. Yay! Did I... Official. Did I actually spell that wrong? No. Spelling official... OFFIC... You're driving me crazy here. Okay, so I forgot an I. We can fix that. We can fix that. We can do it. I unfortunately lost the spell checker I had installed in VS Code. Yeah. I got it. I got it. The, okay, there we go. Test skeletons. Test loading information. Wrong file. So what we want to add is test example patient, and that is test data root in... Let's see here. Fix that, fix that, fix that. Hey, look, bugs going away. Nice sort of thing. And let's close the file browser. We don't need it right now. Which shows that we have more problems to fix here. Test data like that, like that. And then what was the file I called that? And actually, I want to rename this file. Example, yeah, example. Just to be clear what that is. Okay, cool. That handles that. Perfect. So now if we load that up like that. Doesn't work because I forgot a slash somewhere. Yep, right there. Wait, did that not actually work? No such file directory. Tests, example. Where's the data? Data is there. Tests, data. Oh, yeah, you know, background music's probably a good idea. Oh, that works. That's actually really good. Let's see here. What am I doing wrong? So I get... Oh, tests. Because, again... There. And then we get the patient record right there. There we go. Now we're starting to cook with gas. All right. So now we successfully load the data up. I want to... Let's initialize... Let's get the... Let's get the parser. So we instance this as fire parser equals fp fire parser like that, and then patient equals fire parse patient record, and then that should requires one positional record. Oh, that's right. I have to load the vaccine manager. Okay. we can do that. So we need to do a little set. I need to add some step codes here. So self vaccine manager equals, which means we have to actually import it. Which is now I'm really happy we did those unit tests. Okay. So, and then we need to get the test data. We need to get the load data for that. I'm going to have to move these to... these probably are all going to become global variables in int.h. I don't really feel like fighting with that right now. So self-vaccine manager, load vaccine list, hold on, with open as F. Hold on. Yeah, I just wrote this code and I completely forgot how it actually works. F.read. Yeah, okay, no, I did that right. I did that right. Cool. And now we can do add the self manager here. Oh, positional argument. It's up here that needs it. So unit test failed. Part takes 2 positional arguments, but 3 were given. Right, okay. Oh, I'm really digging this music. I made a typo in environment. Yes, I did. There are going to be a lot of typos because I'm moving very fast. More so than my usual. Okay. So now we get a key error. So why are we getting a key error? Am I handling... Did I load the data in wrong or not? Let's look at this. Here. I just realized something. Oh no, I did put the right year on that. Wow, I am actually putting 2022 unfixed. So if we want to look at record and we want to get name, the record that I put in is incorrect. This is what the record's supposed to look like. Okay. Sure your test data is correct. Cool. Perfect. That actually reads that correctly. Now we just need to check that all the files read out correctly. Yeah, I actually need to get like an entire soundtrack of like 80s and 90s synth vibes that would be great coding power music. It really fit the theme of my channel. The biggest problem I have is that, like, actually there's an entire category here called synthwave. Let's keep it out of random or just stay right there. The music is from Stream Beats. I used to use Epidemic Sound on streams, but for reasons that I switched for my live streams. I'm still going to use Epidemic Sounds for my actual videos, but the Stream Beats license is much simpler and has less complex. So the reason that we have those free files is specifically we're only testing the one patient record in and of itself. We are going to use those when we read the bundle information further down. Okay. The Linux stream will be announced beforehand. It will not be a last minute thing, so you'll get the normal, this stream goes live in 2 days. It will be announced on my Twitter, it will be announced as a community post, and it will be announced on my Discord. So it is currently scheduled for the 8th, but it's tentative because health. It will be a fundraiser like the first one, and I will probably be wearing cat ears during it. And if you want to know the context of that conversation, join my Discord. But madness, there is madness inside. And with that shameless plug done, so I just want to see here. because I know this code is already correct. We already checked it extensively by hand, but I want to make sure it stays correct. So what we want to do here is check that we have valid information. So, names is a list because fire can have multiple patients in a given record, and I don't want to blow up unexpectedly. So first we need to check self assert raise lang, and actually I'm probably going to create a patient record that has more than one patient, and we're going to test that as well. Let's test as many possible cases here to make this as robust as is possible. Not assert raise, assert equal patient name. Actually, that should be patient names, shouldn't that be? Time to refactor some code. Yeah, we're going to refactor that code. Let's go to the name, and then we are going to rename symbol to names, and just like that, code refactoring is done. Patient name, so lang patient names is 1, just like that. Check that still passes. And then code blew up. That's fine. That's expected. Self. Let's see here. Line 114. Cool. Okay, that's fixed. Apparently, VS Code didn't save the file because I had it already open. That's fine. Brett, I have a sleep disorder. I've talked about this on Twitter multiple times. It's actually why I've hesitated doing streams more frequently, because I like to announce them in advance, but I don't know that I'm going to be awake for them. So the stream time is moving depending on my sleep-wake cycle. They will continue getting later and later, so the next one will probably end up being 4 or 5 p.m. Eastern, and I'm literally going to move right around the clock. It's just how I function. So that's why there's only usually a 1 to 2 hour analysis on these work streams, because I don't know when I'm going to be at the desk and at the keyboard. If I try and maintain a normal sleep cycle, I develop serious health issues. I have to let my body free run. So, you know, NCommander talking about his health stuff, but that's something I talk about quite a bit, because if you watch my content, especially as live content, you need to understand that. And that was actually a really big pain point for me when I used to do lives, not so much professionally, but I was looking at doing partnered streaming, because you have to maintain a schedule with some platforms, and that kind of killed it for me for a large part. But it's fine. It is completely fine. Well, it's not, but I've accepted it. So import from date time, import date time. We need to just check that these dates are in fact equal. So, God, I'm really jamming to this synthwave music. Yes, the stream highlights have been. Yes, apparently Lamp Switch Twitter is a very underserved market. Who knew? If anyone wants to start a YouTube channel talking about lamps and lamps accessories, yeah, know what to do it on. And hopefully the music is not too loud. This is like constantly an ongoing problem for my streams. We need to create example comparison time equals. How did we do that here? We did from ISO time Like, this shouldn't differ, but this is to make sure it doesn't break down the road. And then self-assert equal, let's see here. Patient, date of birth, let's see here. I put that as DOB. I don't know if that should actually be date of birth. I guess it doesn't really matter. Wow, I just realized I spelled that completely wrong. Comparison time. Like that. Then we do that. Hey, okay, we are still going the right way. And then we want to make sure we're reading the name correctly. So assert equal patient 0 name, patient names 0, and that would be what? I always forget what this patient is. John B. Any person. Like, I might want to refactor this code to be able to keep the first name, last name separate, and I'm actually thinking that's not a bad idea. Like, there are places in the world where the family name comes before the given name, and it may be important to be able to support that. I'm going to add that to the to-do list. I'm not going to deal with it right now. To-do list. Reconsider how split names loading into first name, last name for parts of the world that use given names first. I'm going to mark that on the to-do list. We'll come back. We'll deal with that later. I want to keep it with the existing functionality as it is right now. Okay. I wonder if I can noise gate the music. Actually, I think I can. Let me experiment. Hold on. Let me test this. If I start talking, I go properties. Let me see if I can put a filter on this. Because I recently remember that this is in fact a thing. Noise suppression. No, okay. There's probably a way to do it. I just can't do it with OBS as it is right now. That's fine. Anyway, going right down the path, and I just want to check one thing on a different browser tab before we keep going. Okay. Oh, and we got that was what I was afraid of. We got hit with limited monetization status. I don't know why, but that one I might actually appeal. It's happened to me before, but lovely. All right, so be it. Yeah, I can do it in video editing because I saved the background track as a separate audio stream in the MKV file. Yeah, I don't know. That bugs me a little bit. So with YouTube, there's community guidelines and then there's ad-friendly revenue guidelines. They work as two separate things. The ad revenue ones are determined automatically. It's fine. I just need to carry on. It just means I'm going to get like no ad revenue for this video, for this stream, but I really wasn't expecting any anyway to begin with. Right. So comparison time, topics, person name. What else do we need to successfully check from the record? So we get person name. We got the DOB. I think that's all we actually need here. I can't do it as an OBS filter. I know how to do it in Resolve. I've just never actually tried to do it in OBS. So I think what I want to do, I'm a little tempted if we go back to the big bundle version, which is an official bundle. I guess it would be as multiple top-level resources, and we already handled the case of multiple given names. So I guess that's fine as is. All right, so we just need to test. I do. If we don't have a function, I want to add it on how you. Let's see here. Patient names. Cert equal. Patient name 0. But wait, that shouldn't pass. No, and it doesn't. It doesn't. Okay. All right, so that handles that. That handles that. That creates a person entry. And so far, so good. Okay, that handles all the coverage. So now if we go to our code coverage look, and we go to the parser, we now completely handled this case, which is exactly what I wanted to do. So now I want to handle the immunization records. And there's, like I said, there's a bunch of cases here that we don't handle as of yet, but we will. OBS on Linux is a little bit hit or miss with the plugins, but a lot of people don't use official OBS bundles. They use ones that include the browser bundle. So a lot of people that have functionality that they think is part of OBS is not directly involved with OBS. It is what it is. Anyway, so that test parse person record, test parse immunization record. Let me think about this. Actually, hold on. I just want to check one other thing in Studio before I go any further. Why did I get limited? I just want to see if it was a copyright ID or if it was a content. Because I actually didn't check the reason. Yes, no. This video is running limited or no ads due to content not identified as not suitable for most advertisers. It can earn subscription revenue from YouTube Premium, Super Chat, and more. So, fine. I'm just going to accept that as is, and just have to deal with the fact that this is the world we live in. John B. Any person, comparison time. So that handled all that. Let's handle the immunization record next. So if we go back to the main bundle, these are the immunization records. I think we just handle this as one specific case because this is what the immunization record looks like. The first two streams did not get flagged, and I was talking about it as is. Because they do detect it in real time. That it's detected it as I am talking about it right here. So it's not because of COVID. But who knows? Anyway, so let's get an immunization example. Let's see here. Immunization data like that. And then that's a completed immunization. We need to format the document, and we're missing a bracket. Okay. And we add that to our other things. So we grab that. Let's see here. So test example immunization. And basically like that. So then we need to do all the parser setup again. And we go right down to this record. And we now load that in. But it's not a patient. It's an immunization. Wow, words hard, yes. And once again, I have... Oh, this time at least the problem is easy. I put it in the wrong directory. I do want to move that file. I actually think I want to make a new top-level directory here. Called folder. Because the fire parser might be useful for other things. So let's move the data files there. And where did these go? So yeah, so test data, fire, and then we get fire. Nope, that's all correct. Hold on, it was these two that need to be changed. Cool. That loads correctly and successfully. The thing is, I can appeal. I can appeal the automatic flag. In that case, someone at YouTube will look at it and perhaps release the limited status. It may have just been a fluke. As far as I've looked at the ad revenue guidelines, I should be within them. The Linux from Scratch stream, because of what I was fundraising for, did not. But, yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's kind of a mixed bag. I mean, I could stream on Twitch, but Twitch is not particularly kind to its creators. I'm a little bit considering it regardless because I'm not 100% happy with being completely tied to YouTube in all aspects. But Twitch takes 50% of all revenue. It takes 50% of all bits. Monetization and partner status on Twitch is very hard to earn because there's no real discovery on Twitch. Like, I would be in science and technology, and they can be real hit or miss, really opaque on how they work. There's a reason why I stream on YouTube and not on Twitch. But I may consider starting to stream on both, and if I ever reach monetization on Twitch, I may move at least some of the streams over to Twitch. I have not made that decision as of yet. The other problem is if I ever reach monetization status with Twitch, you have to stream exclusively on Twitch and cannot repost the content for 24 hours. Though that is the biggest pain point. Yes, Twitch takes 50% of all bits. YouTube takes 30% of all ad revenue and 30% of all super chats. I don't remember what Mixer took. It was too long ago for. Sorry, I didn't mean to get on that rant. It does kind of bug me a bit because when I get notifications like that, but I'm trying not to let it faze me. I haven't received any sort of, it's fine. It's completely fine. Oh, that's an interesting thing. Missing key error lot number. So actually, did I get the item wrong or not? Because this looks like I actually need to refactor some things to be consistent. Because the patient API expects the entry like right from here. Like from here onward. But I only gave it the inner one. So I think we need to do a little bit of refactoring to make things consistent. But let's see here. Before we get to that. Yeah, because I think I gave it this inner record and not the outer one. which is kind of an encapsulation fail on my part, if that's the case. Let's see here. So if I do this, does this actually load correctly? Resource vaccine code doesn't load. What is this expecting in actual data? Hold on. I think I've implemented this inconsistently, and that is not a good place to be. So let's see how I did this. So it's supposed to be lot number, occurrence, so forth and so on. Or did I just like leave something out by accident? I may have just left something out by accident. Okay, I get that works. That actually does work. I believe affiliate affiliate also applies the it's 24-hour when I looked it up with the non-compete agreement. So if I were to stream on Twitch, I could not put the content on YouTube for another 24 hours. But yeah. Okay. Sorry for getting a little sidetracked here. I was just trying to figure out what possibly went wrong here. So now we've got the... I think I just copy and pasted the data wrong. Which is entirely a thing I do, but so be it. So, now that we have an immunization record, let's just make sure it's... Like I said, we tested this all really extensively yesterday, and then that completely failed. What came back? And I actually want to also test what happens when we put bad data in. So we get an immunization object. I feel like, didn't we just go for this? Like, wow, my brain is just... must have dictionary object, vars, print, immunization. That is an yeah, no, that's completely correct. Let me just go to the top level immunization record again. And like, if I want to print, I just want to print date given. Let me just make sure I'm getting a valid object back. You know, like I said, I went through all the trouble of getting the Python debugger working, and I'm not using it. Oh, I get a list back. Why do I get a list back? I shouldn't be getting a list back. That's it. Because the API only deals with one patient specifically. If we look at the resource, okay. If we look at the resource code, how did I do this? The resource goes in, it's a single object. And then so that goes in, handles that as immunizations, and then returns it. I think I refactored this code like a bunch of times and completely failed. All right, so immunization. For vaccine and vaccine coding. And then this gets applied to immunizations. And then this needs to get returned like that. So was that broken this whole time? That might have actually been broken. Yeah, that actually has been broken because I goofed that up. It's been returning the wrong information. All right, we are finding all those subtle bugs that happened by accident. So let's actually fix that. I think I just need to do an append here. I think that's really all I have to do. Yeah, okay, that's all I had to do. All right, we successfully fixed. Yeah. So many edge cases, so much. Wow. Oh man, fixing this is gonna. Like I said, this is the importance of having the unit test, because we know what is and isn't going right or wrong. Oh, and the camera is syncing. Come on, camera, sit. So now we handled this, we need to check the actual data in the record. So if we go back to here and we do the print vars immunization, and then rerun the code coverage test. Yeah, cool. So we get the vaccine object, we get the date given, we get the lot number, and we get the parent object. So let's just very, very quickly test all of this. So with so self assert equal, I'm actually just going to change this to I just to keep this length a little bit more manageable. I vaccine administered equals or no, that's not how that works. And then that should be from the record. Let's see here. I forgot how that actually works. You'd think I would remember, but no. Let's see here. Vaccines, vaccine identifier, and then that would be Moderna. Okay. Immunization is not defined. Oh, right. Cool, that actually passes. So if I just make sure that passes on the negative case. Yep, okay, cool. So that successfully reads that we have a Moderna vaccine. The next one we want to handle is we want to get the, let's see here, date, time, issuance, date, test equals date, time from format. Let's see here. And they got this on the 1st of 2021. Like that. And that handles that particular case. And then, cool. Now we just need to compare the issuance date. Like that. And there are a few things I want also test. I want to see what happens if I feed bad data into both cases. Not that I'm really expecting it to... Not that I'm expecting it to do anything bad, but I want to make sure it just blows up the way it's supposed to. Cool. And then we just need to do the date given. And then we add tests for the lot number. Cert equal I lot number is this. And we actually treat this as a string because as far as I can tell, there's no, that's how it's, I gotta recheck down the spec, but I believe that is actually handled as a string. And then the last one we handle is an internal object that is the resource identifier. All right, so let's just make sure these fail if I change them. Yes. And yes. Perfect. All right. So, let's relook at our code coverage and see how we're doing. All right. So, we have a specific case here that we don't handle as of right now, which is we don't handle an unknown vaccine coding. So, I actually think we should handle this, and I believe the best way we want to handle this is that we do define an unknown object, and if we get an unknown, that's what we should do so it doesn't blow up, so we can at least read the records. The downside here is that if you have a card with an unknown on it, I don't know if that should really be accepted. But that would actually probably be the job of the validator. I think we should be able to read that and not go kaboom. Yeah, all right. So I think then what we want to do is we want to change this to array. We want to handle this case specifically. So we need to create a new immunization data. We're going to call this... I'm going to rename these files. Okay. And actually, because they're in the fire folder, I don't even really need that as a prefix. Keep it all nice and neat. Blah, 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 blah. And then that goes away. And then that goes away. And then that continues, and that makes the test. The thing is, I can't give a... the thing is that you really shouldn't be giving an okay if there's an unknown on the card. They should never be using it. The code itself says, do not issue. But there are going to be cases where records are incomplete or unknown, where it's known that someone got a COVID vaccine, but may not be known which one it is. And that's why that code specifically exists. There are certain edge cases that need to be handled. It's long, annoying, and it's complicated. But one thing at a time. Okay. So let's start rewriting. Actually, let's commit this code as it is right now, because we actually made quite a bit of progress thus far. Yeah, we made a lot of progress thus far in making sure that this is all valid and correct. Okay, so we have all those renamed to new files. Started work on fire parser, revised test data layout, and implemented more unit tests. Oh, -s. Okay, cool. That's another commit down the drain. Down the drain. That's probably not the word I want to use, but so be it. All right. So I want to change how. So let's go back to how the unknown coder works. If we go to let's see here, system coding. Unknown record. Handle incomplete status. That's not it. Yeah, unknown. Oh, actually, in this particular case, no. We actually want... Sorry, the error here is if it doesn't have this magic field, it means it's not using a set of vaccine codes that we recognize. That's a value error. This we just bail out on. Raise value error. Unknown vaccine coding system. We can't handle that type of data sanely at all because we have no reference to what it means. So that's a sanity check and we bail out. So that means now we just need to add a test for that. We'll add a new data file. New file. Immunization data unknown system. See, and we're just going to call this invalid.example1234. Haha. Cool. All right. So now we go to immunization data, immunization unknown system. And then we add that. All right, partisan immunization record. So really all we want to do is we take this test, we're going to copy and paste that. Basically all of this we can just copy and paste. Because it's unit tests, that's how we do, that's how they're done. Partisan immunization record, unknown system. Like that, like that. And I just realized that, see here, test decoding fire immunization record. Tests graceful exit if we don't have if we have unknown vaccine coding. All right, so this should blow up with a value error. I am debating if I want to create, I want to add a note to that to the to-do list. Consider specific exception types for given failure modes. Why did that suddenly get syntax highlighting? Okay. All right, I guess that works. Okay. All right. So far, so good. So this keeps going like this. That keeps going like this. So now we just need to make sure that this correctly raises an assertion with. Okay, so with self assert raises value error, and then like that. Okay, cool. That handles that, and then that should actually be another function on the done and tested pile. Okay. Yep, look, there it is. Now this entire function is completely taken care of. We're up to 62% code coverage on the fire parser. Man, there's going to be a lot of things that's going to be have to coded. Like I'm going to have to handle. I mean, this is we are still just handling one standard, and some of them are not that well defined. Like I'm still haven't managed to find anything for Excelsior Pass. I haven't looked that hard for it because it's not in scope as of yet. But we're likely going to be testing this at local hacker groups. And where I live, we get a lot of people from New York, so I'm going to need that functionality for that. All right, it's fine. It is completely and totally fine. Let's take a drink. And if you've enjoyed this content, please like and subscribe. If you've really enjoyed this content, considering hitting that bell, following me on Twitter, or supporting me on Patreon. Okay. I do have example code that handles Excelsior Pass, but I don't have a given specification for it, which is the problem. Excelsior Pass, when I scanned my card, it directly read out as a minified JSON file, which looked very obvious to read. But without a given specification, I don't know how all use cases work. So that's going to be more trial and error, possibly dealing with error. But we will cross that bridge if and when we get to it. I believe the last function we need to handle here is we need to handle all of this. All right, so in this case, we need to handle in a bundle, and we need to read the bundle back and confirm all the major points of said bundle are valid. Okay. So let's start with that. So first we're going to grab this. We're going to get the test example patient file 0. And then we are going to load the bundle. And then we have to this part's actually not hard. This is mostly just writing a whole lot of inserts. Okay, so person equal, so let's go with that equals parse to bundle that. And then if we just do that, just by running that code alone, should have given us a whole bunch more test coverage. And it didn't, because I forgot to put test in the function name. Oh, awesome. And we had more things blow up. I'm fine with this. This is okay. Official. All right, it's cool. So test. Okay. So now we actually look at the coverage report. We should be running a whole bunch more code. Yeah, see, now we're actually up to 90% of this file being covered. Obviously, we're not handling all the error cases, but it's not like it's that hard to do. Non-complete, unknown record. Certain things we will definitely have to handle. Thank you, Peter. It's not the easiest, and I have to admit that one of the other reasons why I stream is it helps me stay focused on task, and the reminder that there are people that are interested in this sort of work. The downside, this is drudgery. Let's be really honest. I don't really know anyone who really enjoys writing unit tests, but they're an essential part of any project, especially when there's only a small number of maintainers, because this is how you catch regressions. We've already caught a bunch of bugs because we're making sure all the code paths are being tested. And obviously, while your unit tests can have bugs, it helps a lot. Just taking a look right now, I'm just going to note that since it's a reminder of why I'm doing this. I've lost a fair number of subscribers since I started these streams. Part of it may be that they're not interested in the content, which is completely understandable. But I've described my motivations for wanting to do this at length, and a lot of it is also education. Earlier today, and I'm not going to pull up Twitter because reasons, someone saw the first VOD and is now documenting how the COVID cards work in Iran. It is raising awareness. It is doing exactly what I set out to do. And that, if this work saves lives, and I really hope it does, then it makes everything that all the hate worth it. I mean, that's really what it boils down to. You know, I can understand someone unsubscribing because I'm doing a lot of live streams. It's content that is completely different from what I have been doing in the past. The only live streams we've done up until this point were Retro Tech, except for Linux for Scratch, but that was because I decided to take a stand on something. And, you know, at the end of the day, I still have 27,000 subscribers. There are people that are looking at this, listening to it. It is what it is. I have to try and make a difference if I can. It's how I'm wired. All right, let's actually write the blasted test code that I was doing. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to get on my soapbox. That was not what I intended to do, but so self-assert raises lang PE 1. Not assert equal. Because we found out the other days that we could have multiple persons in a given bundle. Like, that is a completely valid way for this data to be encoded. And I'd like to be able to handle that case correctly. So we handle assert equals to 1. I mean, there's a reason why a lot of YouTubers don't take stances on something. Imagine if you were PewDiePie and you took a stance on this. Do you realize how many number of subscribers would leave his channel, the amount of financial harm he would endure? And yet he could have the more influence than a lot of people. And that's kind of what it gets down to. And I can understand not wanting to jeopardize your livelihood. It's really hard to do something when everything depends on it. When everything, when your livelihood depends on it. But this is why creators don't generally take stances on things. It's why it's so rare it becomes noteworthy. And I really wish it wasn't that way, but... And I'm pretty sure there's a lot of people that have heard me talk on those grounds before. Let's see here. So let me grab this. So patient person equals or PL. All right. So vars like that, and just remember what we're working with here. That should have printed something. Okay, first that actually needs to go down an indent level. Did I not save? Test decoding full bundle. Are we not running this test? Wait, what? What's going on here? What's going on here? No, we are running this test. Oh, I'm not printing out the value. Is the value... Yeah, okay, so here we go. So this is the data structure that we get. Like I said, we've tested all this pretty extensively yesterday, so I know most of this is correct, but let's handle this. So we know that we have one name, assert equal lang names 1, and then assert equal p names 0 John B any person. All right, so let's do that. I mean, a lot of this is basically just continuing with the stuff that we saw, but I want to make sure we get a full decode of the whole record. Yeah. I mean, I don't know what the end result will be. I mean, I really, comparison DOB, daytime from that, 1951, 01, 20, and then we compare that, self assert equal P DOB, comparison date of birth. Cool. All right. So now we need to handle the immunization records, and there should be 2 there. Self assert equal len. Actually, I don't know if we really need to go into them. Like, I'm kind of mentally thinking about this. Do we need, because and the reason I'm wondering if we actually need to go into them is that we do test the immunization record up here, and we're not testing it down here. I mean, it's not the worst idea to do so, but you can making tests overly complex can be a coding trap. So that actually handles that actually handles one of the major cases right then and there. Okay, and then now, how far have we gone? So aside from the bad bundle code going in, that's actually pretty good. So these 2 value errors, I'm going to just write test code for it just to have it. This we need to check the fire specification because I want to see what the status codes can be. I'm thinking the correct thing to do is with a non-completed status code, we don't include it in the validator. This is not intended to be a general fire implementation. It's just what we need to successfully validate these cards. So let's look at fire immunization status example. And cool, it's actually the first link. Okay, so here's the stat. So it has 3 possible values. It can be completed, entered in error, or not done. So those 2 other cases, we only want to deal with the completed records. The other 2 are, we throw them out and we don't touch them. So yeah, so the correct thing to do here is ensure that we handle that case correctly. Okay. And I'm just going to add a note in the code about that. So where is that? Okay. So fire specification notes that status can be one of the following values. Completed, logged in error, not given, not done. As such, we can completely disregard any non-completed records, as they will never count towards determining vaccination status. So then that just becomes a continue, and then we just need to add a test case here. So what we want to do is we want to take the official data, which is here, and then we're going to add a, let's see here, tests data, patient, let's see here, where do I want to put this? Data, actually, bundle, So I'm having a thought here. I don't know if this is a good thought. No, I'm doing this correctly, actually. It's a new file. Bundle, invalid, incomplete, incomplete vaccine status. So on this particular instance, we need to change completed to logged in error. And then we have to make sure that that correctly handles that. Like I said, it's hoping to raise awareness and education. So what we just need to do is we basically just need to repeat the last case, but we only are going to handle one specific go around here. Test that. Actually, would that be a test? Let's see here. Test that. I'm having a thought here, and I don't know if it's a good thought. So in the immunization, no, I actually don't include status here, because an incomplete given record is, yeah, no, I'm correct with my line of thought here. Test that a logged in error or similar case is not counted. So, and then that becomes this. Let's just make sure this error is out as it is right now. Entered in error on the spec. Did I put the wrong comment in? Probably did. Yeah, I think you're right. It's... Thank you. Yes, entered in error. Okay, cool. Unless it's changed in more recent versions of the spec. But, oh, it also looks like they renewed their SSL certificate. Okay. And then this is just going to be a log 0. Cool. That actually works. No, wait, that doesn't work. Oh, no, wait, I loaded the wrong data file. I loaded the wrong data file. That was supposed to fail. Let's see here. We want bundle. Let's see here. Let's see here. Bundle incomplete vaccine status. Oh man, I'm just, when I finally run Pylint on this thing, it's going to have so much freaking indigestion. But I'll deal with Pylint last, because Pylint can be remarkably pedantic at times. It's one of my biggest pet peeves with it. And so I have to go through, I have to add all the codes that I don't want to deal with. It's why I don't like using Pylint. All right. So far, things are good. No, let's not tempt fate. Let us not tempt the fate. Why did my syntax filing? Okay. So we grab that. We load this data file, then this should blow with an assertion. That is not the command I want to run. We run this command, and yes, we get an assertion 1. That means we only have the 1 vaccine record. Cool. I need to rename this test, though. Test incomplete immunization records are not handled. Although... I actually think I want to refactor on how this code works, because I'm thinking about this. We handle the immunization parsing. All right, let's get rid of the file view. Let me explain. Let me see. If we look here at immunization, we are handling the resource status here, but I don't think we should be handling that. I think we should be handling that as part of the parse immunization records, and then we throw out the status code if we don't want it. And I think because then we can handle a more generic case more easily as we go along. So if we take this and we go back up to parse immunization records, let's add a new, let's see here. I guess I need to add another top level field to that, which is status. So self status equals none. And that probably should be an enumeration. Maybe. Okay. So what we want to do here is then we want to add immunization status equals resource status. And then what I want, and then we go back down here. I don't like, I think I was happier of doing this the other way. I'm going to come back to that. I'm going to note down the to-do list. I'm going to note that in the to-do list because I want to think about that one. So to-do list. Do we handle, consider how do we represent logged, entered in error or not given fires codes? Currently disregarded on bundle parsing, but could be made an option flag for various reasons. All right, I want to think about that one because I don't want to code something that we don't need, but that also could be surprising behavior. So let me add that to the comment on here. Note, currently only data related to completed vaccinations is considered by this function. This may change on a later date if needed. That is, to be specific, any immunization record that is not completed is silently discarded. I think that is the correct way to handle that. So let's take a look and see how our code coverage is going. Code coverage, where are you? Okay, so that means we've got 2 more cases that we need to handle. I want to handle, I just want to gracefully handle unknown records. Okay. I want to gracefully handle QR unknown records just because. We just want to handle this sanity check in case we get bad data. Because if we have data that's self-referential in a bad way, we can't accept it because garbage in, garbage out is the way we accept that. And then I probably don't need to actually write a test there, but I'm going to do it because I am a nitpicker for I really want 100% when 100% is viable. definitely progress. Like, I'm starting to feel like I could actually use this code and feel somewhat comfortable with it, because now that I know it's been much further, we're thinking and considering all the various paths. It's not something I just threw together in 2 days, even though it totally was. But so let's add commit message. Actually, before we do the commit message, let's just handle those last 2 cases. So let's add a bundle with extra data. So bundle with extra data. And then we had in a case number 2 in the official data in this bundle, it had this diagnostic report. So let's grab that diagnostic report and let's just add it to the other record. Because where we are right now in the code, we don't handle, oh, I just spotted a potential bug. What happens if we need to test additional cases? I just spotted a potential exploit in the code as it is written right now, because it doesn't confirm that the full URL is unique. I just spotted. Wow, so much in my chat. And there it is. There it is. I was thinking of a word and then my brain went, okay. Going back up. Okay. Bundle of incomplete, bundle of extra data. Do we actually add the extra data to this file? Yes. It goes here and then yes, and then we need to change the URL here to 3. And then that goes away. And then I just want to run that through so that triggers that value test. I have absolutely no idea. I'm a little bit. I'm not super watching the chat that closely, because if I start looking at the chat, I'm going to get confused and probably really concerned. Let's see here. So immunization, record pars. Going back to the parser. We need to go to test, and we want to handle additional data. Test fear bundle with additional sections. Test that we gracefully handle fire data with additional sections. I do want to write test code that handles all these official cases. I want to make sure those all correctly parse. So test example, bundle with extra data is test data fire. Okay. Like that. And we grab that. And then this should blow up. That did not blow up. Why did that not blow up? Alright, actually, let me... Because we actually do test this in other places, we have all the asserts equal. Like that. So we can just do that. Oh, right. Extra data, vaccine status. Oh, I know what I did. I need to change this file. My test data needs to match my expectations. So this should have 2 completed test records. And this should be go back to completed. And it's entered an error. Okay, immunization, unknown system, incomplete. Okay, entered. And then we actually want to rename this file. This is going to be bundled vaccine status entered in error. Okay. I probably got it wrong. We'll cross that. We'll cross that bridge when we get to it. Like I said, we're trying to move fast and break things. I mean, this is what we need to know, that our implementation is solid enough that we can even test it in the real world. And I'm expecting that there's plenty of edge cases I have not handled correctly. But this is the bare minimum I need to do to be comfortable with it. So let's see here, with extra data, and then we have bundled here, and I want to change this variable. Rename symbol, bundle, vaccine status, entered in error. And then format. Hey, look at that! Look at that! We are up to 14 unit tests, which is kind of, like I said, it's going nicely. So how are we doing on our code coverage report? So the parser is now at, we only have 2 specific cases that we're not handling. We are not handling the dangling reference case. Although actually this needs to be fixed. That needs to be a continue. That is not, we print random messages when we have an unknown error. We actually just, I'm almost tempted to implement a logger here. Let me do fix me debug logger. Continue. And I'm actually going to add a note here. Fix me debug logger. And what I want to do is we're going to add to the to-do list. Implement debug logger that explains in depth why card may have been rejected. I feel like the to-do list is getting longer rather than shorter. Lucy, why? Why would you post that? Okay, this is fine. Moving right along, we got 14, handle all that. That means believe the only case that we just need to handle the dangling reference case, which is well, we have to handle 3 more cases. We need to do, let's grab a text document. We need to do dangling reference case. Reference URL is reused case, and what was the other one that I'm not handling? Oh, and is not bundle case. So we need to handle those 3 cases, and then and then I think we can call the unit tests for the fire parser complete. At which case we just need to do some unit cases for the key management. The rest of them should be more or less straightforward and simple. So I think after we do these 3, I'm going to stop, and we're going to take a break, and we're going to do a little bit of designing. Because I want to think about how the hardware is going to work, and I just... Writing this many unit tests for this many hours nonstop is starting to get to me a little bit. I'm just going to stretch my legs for a little bit. So I'm going to increase the music, and I'll be back in a minute or 2. I just need to stretch. I'm starting to cramp. So logo. All right, and I will be right back. Oh, it is definitely proving today. Wow, it's already... Well, I started a bit late, but we're already, we're 3 hours in, and it feels like I just started the stream right up. So, okay, so be it. With that being said, I'm just checking a few things just to see where we stand. Oh, please don't echo. 42 watching. Yeah, turnout is about as good as I think I could have hoped for a weekday stream. I really... Let's see here. Value error, and then bundle. All right, so I have the 3 cases I want to handle. So let's do the easy ones first. First one is we basically just want to handle... We really don't even need any specific code beyond new file is not... Actually, I don't even have to do that. I just can handle it a different file type. And it reminds me I have to handle test that patient immunization handle bad records gracefully. Well, we were getting up to 100 on the weekend streams. I think I've only ever streamed once on the weekday before. I don't remember offhand. And it was a late stream Eastern Standard Time. So, yeah, it's about... I think it's about what I can expect. And with the monetization status unlimited, YouTube is probably pushing it out less than it would have otherwise. If you believe what you read on the internet. I don't know how much that actually affects things, because I've had non-monetized videos go... So, yeah, the lower numbers is probably to be expected, but as long, it is what it is. Anyway, if you've enjoyed this content, please like and subscribe. It really does make a difference for me and the channel. If you really like this content, consider supporting me on Patreon. Otherwise, my Twitter and Discord are in the link below, where you can talk to me when I'm not on air. Anyway. Dangling reference case, bundle case. Let's do the bundle case first. So the bundle case is nice and easy. All we gotta do for the bundle case is load something that's not a bundle. I love how the unit case is, let's see here, non-bundle. Test that we only accept bundles correctly. And then we just need to feed it something that's not a bundle. Let's see here. So we'll just handle it. We'll just hand it in that record. This should blow up. Yep, and it does. With self assert raise value error. And then that should pass correctly. With self. Oh, is it assert raises? Yeah, assert raises. Cool. So that handles that. Hey, how you doing? Okay. So next thing we need to handle is let's see here. Non-bundle. And then I want to handle. Let's just add some safety and sanity checks to some of the other code. So a person record, or not that, an immunization record should only take a immunization record. If resource type does not equal immunization, raise value error, non-immunization error passed. So then we do that. We handle that. The existing tests passed. Now we just need to test the new code base. So then we just need to go back up to we do here. We're just going to copy and paste this like that. Basically, all I gotta do here is pass it data bundle. Yeah, I just want to hand it like a bundle file like that. Oh, test sanity check bundle. Test immunization not pars with non-immunization. Cool. And 96%. Let's add another test that also handles that for another test that handles that for the person record. Like I said, these sorts of error checks will also help catch bugs down the line. So I always feel justified in adding them and making sure they exist. Let's see here. And then patient. I just realized that non-patient. Cool. And we add, and then we're going to add another test there, which would be up here. Test pars patient record. And then all that becomes is that test. What do I pass? What do I pass in? I pass the immunization. Example immunization. Then this should blow up, and it does. One failure, and then this is with self assert rises value error. Cool. All right, and we're up to 16 unit tests. So, all right, so we go back to our to-do list here. We handled these cases, and now we handle that case. So now we need to handle the dangling reference. Like I said, we are going to probably support other cards in time. It's not we're going to do this immediately, but we'll handle other cards in time. Hopefully other cards are simpler. That's me being really optimistic. But yeah. All right. So the way I want to do this is let's grab a specific, let's grab the bundle here. Bundle, dangling reference. And the way we handled that is we just go to resource. Yeah, so you should reference a resource that doesn't exist. Depending on where you got the card, you may still be able to get a digital one because pharmacies can issue him directly. And actually, I need to add the new data file to the list. That's a lot of data files. Let's be honest. This code is, how long is it? We've currently got 188 lines of code here. And with comments, it's actually longer than the code that it's testing, because we have to test all various branches of said code. Which is not uncommon, because, you know, you realize how complex this gets very, very fast. Test, properly handle, dangling reference. And then this should be a value error here. I could probably refactor these into a common case. Like, I may almost do that, is I might, because this code I've like copy and pasted 4 or 5 times at this point, but I'll worry about that. What I'll probably do is I'll set up code climate and use that to figure out things I need to fix in the code base. Like if I'm repeating things too often or not. CVS does do it as far as I know. Okay. So extra data. So in this case, now we want data unknown system. Let's see here. Dangling reference. Okay. Test. Dangling reference. Example bundle. Let's see here. You know, actually, I'm going to rename some of these. Bundle, dangling reference. Because unless it's the actual example data, I don't think we need... This is being a little bit... Okay. Like that. Cool. All right, let's just do a quick and dirty cleanup job here. Yep. Cool. So there's our reference. Yay. Shorter variable names means more stuff fits on screen. I don't hold to the rule that you should always keep it to 80 columns, but I do think about it. Test dangling reference. As F. Okay. And that didn't quite work the way I wanted. What went wrong? Test line 111, invalid syntax. Oh. Apparently I had a copy and paste problem. Okay. Now we don't have a copy and paste problem. Okay. And now we have that test taken care of. We go to unit tests. And then I think, oh, I probably accidentally deleted a test non-bundle. Test with extra sections. That should be handled. Let's see here. Hold on. We go to Validator. Age record patient is continued. Unknown system. We handled that case with extra data. Did I screw this up? Did we not properly testing this? With extra data. Let's see here. We should be running through this. So why aren't we actually going through this? Extra data. Because this has the diagnostic report right here, which we shouldn't be touching. Which means that that code case is not actually handling this gracefully. Why? What is going on here? We load this, we read the file in, we parse it, we get the list, and it's here. Print bars. It's here. Yeah, so we know we get the coding, we're reading the right file in. And if we go back to here, debug logger, we get resource type patient is other. Is this not valid? Excuse me. Resource type free, resource type diagnostic report. We should be hitting that case. So why aren't we? With extra data, as we can see right here, it's resource type diagnostic report. Resource type patient, bundle entry. There's our else statement. Continue. That may be a problem with coverage. I've seen that happen once before where it doesn't actually handle... Yeah, see, the moment I add the print statement, it actually continued correctly. And if I remove the print statement, I've seen this bug before. Yeah, see now, and then it goes to here. But it's actually, because I don't need to handle this else class, I can actually just remove this entirely, because that's the Python optimizer handling that. So let's add a note here. Coverage isn't properly handling an else class here. If we get here, then we've got an unknown record and ignoring it. And then we have fix me, implement debug logger. Cool. Okay, so that should actually handle it. Yes, look, we're actually up to 100% code coverage. All code paths are being tested. Immunization, we don't have a path here that we're testing, but we can handle that. that is a fairly large chunk of this done. I'm good. I'm actually quite good. I've still got a fair bit of energy left. That is a really big chunk of code just taken care of that had to be tested. Found a bunch of bugs, corrected a bunch of bugs. I still have to do the last 2 unit cases. But we've gone from 0 to 44% code coverage, which is awesome. So I want to handle the URL is reused case. And to do that correct, we implemented dangling reference. Let's handle. So this is one that I spotted. So what we need to do here, so let's create let's find our bundle. Let's grab our official test bundle. And then new file, bundle, duplicated URL. And we grab this. So what needs to happen is if we have a duplicated URL like this, it actually needs to, we need the code to bomb out. So we go to the parser. When we successfully read that, we get this parent object. If immunization parent object is not there, that's actually a slightly harder problem than I realized. It actually, we don't actually care here, do we? I'm going to note this on the to-do list. I'm going to come back to this one. If you had multiple patient resources, that could be a problem because the patient resources could be handling through that. Let's do some test code to handle that, because I want to make sure that that decodes correctly if we have 2 records merged into one. But before we do that, I want to handle the example cases and make sure they all read and load correctly. So test cases to implement. Multiple patients records in fire case. Multiple handle test parsing validation of all official sample data. Yeah, I think that's going to do it. Yeah. Writing good unit tests is something of a black... Well, I won't say it's a black art. It requires a certain mindset to do it. And you have to write your code in such a way that you can do it. So, down here, we test that we can successfully read, load official specification data. We are skipping example 2 as example 2 is expected to fail as it is not a valid COVID-19 card. Okay, so one of these we actually already handle, and that's this one. So I just want to move this down here so they're all grouped together. And then what we want to do, test parse basing official example 00. And now we do this again. for example 01. Which one was 01? CH, example 1. So this is just a different person, it's a different name, and it's a different type of immunizations. Yeah, so, okay. Probably should go through and make sure that we can read that that is Pfizer. But again, we've already tested that class, so I don't know if we need to go that deep into it. So I think all we need to just do is load up. Let's see, let's grab this. Grab that. Oh, look, and it doesn't exist. What did I do wrong? Oh, right. Well, copy-paste problem. So I have that feeling that most of this is going to be fixing assertions. So this becomes Jane C. Any person. And then 19, and we're just going to basically make sure that the data we read here is correct. 1961... 020, yes, that's correct. 1961, 0 there, cool. Test case 2 will blow up. I'm expecting that. Okay, let me fix these comments. Test decoding, official sample 00 fears 00. Fire bundle. Sample 01. Two. Note expected to fail. I'll change that. And then this will blow with a code error. Actually, it didn't blow a code error. Actually, it does load successfully, but it shouldn't have loaded successfully. Why didn't... Okay, if we open the bundle here... Oh, I know why it didn't load what happened. The reason it didn't... It successfully read that this is a bundle, but the identifier for it is elsewhere. Man, this is a long, long test file. Okay. Not a problem. So then this just needs to become an assert 0. And we'll handle that elsewhere. Okay. Note expected 0 result because no patient data. Okay. So that's example 2 successfully loaded, and then we just need to handle example 3. Which is a little concerning because it says it's revoked, but I need to figure out why. Okay. 3, 3, and 3. Okay. Yes, because see, this is Johnny revoked. And then Johnny was born on the 4th, 22. And his data loads. I just don't, like I said, I don't understand why he's revoked, but it is what it is. But, okay, so that handles reading all the sample data. I do want, so now what I want to do is we're going to create a example record, bundle multiple people, because this, as far as I can tell, this is not disallowed by specification. It may not be used, but it's not disallowed, and I don't want the system to do something stupid if it gets any of these. Maybe I'm being an overly paranoid programmer, but I don't know, experience has taught me to be careful. Immunization data, unknown system. No, hold on, this is what I need. So we grab this. Patient data. So bundle 0. Resource 1, resource 2. That's fine. Then we need to take example 1, and we just need to fix it. So then the patient becomes resource 3. The vaccination becomes resource 4. Referencing 3. Referencing, and that becomes 5. Referencing 3. So then if we merge these elements together, which is this part, okay, hold on. Leave that there. Copy, paste, and then we just add a comma like that, and then we run a format. Okay. And then we make sure that this works correctly. Goth Alice, this is HL7. This is HL7 all the way down. So much HL7, so much WoW. It's about the best way I can do it. Sorry if I'm not being super talkative. I'm having to create data by hand because they don't give you very good test data. So hopefully it's correct. HL7 is the organization that made the fire specification. We were talking about them pretty heavily in the first stream. And fire is the way that this data is represented in the Smart Health Card Standard. So much testing, so much WoW. All right, so test bundle. I think I actually need to do a bit more work here. I didn't really want to do this, but I think we have to handle additional cases. Test bundle, multiple. Let's see here, bundle, multiple. Like, this may be me being overly paranoid, but I could be wrong. Okay, bundle, multiple people. Because there are cases, we were discussing this the other day, where this could actually happen. So, again, I'd rather be more paranoid than not. So, just the test, if we load the file, test parse, official example, so your test part, I want to have the official examples at the end. And as always, if you enjoyed this content, please like and subscribe, as you can watch me completely and totally losing my mind because medical standards are insane. Ours, multiple people in bundle. And then that should be test, bundle, multiple people. And let's just see if it if it blows up or not. Assert equal key list 2. Okay, that actually is really promising. That is really, really promising. Because if we look at the list, Yeah, look, we got two separate people objects. Huh? You typed people. Oh, yes, you're right. Well, you know, that says a fair bit on I successfully am handling cases that I coded, and nobody saw that. That wasn't a thing. Nobody saw that. That wasn't a thing. Nobody saw that. That wasn't a thing. I still have it wrong, don't I? Task failed successfully. That is what we are going with. Task failed successfully. Task failed successfully. This is fine. Alright. This isn't from Top Gear. This is, it's called Hachi Roku from the Stream Beats Collection. Let's go back to the Synthwave. Did I type a space in now? No, my tests still work. Yeah. Test very much failed successfully. Okay. But I need to actually make sure that I am the people that I am reading are real and they exist. And to do that, I actually need to handle the immunization case here more specifically, because the assertions here, matter. Because I want to make sure that this completely decodes and associates those records correctly. Immunization 0. Okay. So I actually need to remove the status object from the top of vaccine. Vaccines status object. Because we're not actually using that. Alright, after we finish these unit cases, we're going to talk about hardware design, so there's something to look forward to. I'm hoping there's some makers in the chat, because I could really use advice and more as we go forward. But as we handle this, the vaccine object, so this should always serialize in the same order. I believe Python does guarantee that, but I don't completely know for sure. I know how to do this. So, let's see here. Comparison date 1 equals date time from timestamp 221 1 1. So that was the first vaccine. This is how we do this. And then compare. I don't remember what comparison date 2 was. But I do want to handle this case correctly. 0101. Let's see here. And then the other date was on the 29th. Because I need to make sure that the right records get associated with the right person. You know, and like I said, there are so many complex edge cases here. I need to make sure that I'm being comprehensive about this. Okay, so that handles that. That handles that. If P immunizations 0 equals comparison date one. Let's see here. First shot is P immunizations 0. Second shot, like, cause I don't remember. I'm not complete. I could be wrong. Maybe Python doesn't. I'd rather be more comprehensive about this and then find out I'm wrong than not. Okay, and now we just need to check the data on each of these. So all we gotta do here is test assert equal first shot is vaccine administered God, this is tedious. I'm not gonna lie, this is really tedious. Vaccine info. This case is a Moderna patient. So let's see here, and then vaccine type Moderna. Right, that's not how that works. Why is this file of reading has changed? Okay, that's fine. I think that was a copy paste error I made at some point. That file we don't need. That file we probably do need, and I'll save. Immunizations we need. Vaccines we need. Okay, so here is the vaccine identifier is what it's called. Vaccine identifier. Cool. That handles that. Let me just make sure that fails successfully. Yeah, it does. Cool. That works. And then what other cases we have to handle? I believe in this test data, but let's make sure of it. The lot numbers. I don't need to check all the fields. I just need to make sure we're getting the important ones. Because I already know that the code is more or less valid. Dangling reference. This is what? Example code 00. Yeah, so he had a lot number of 01 and 07. And I got the vaccines backwards, didn't I? Hold on. Test assert equal first shot lot number brain spaghetti is real right now. There's the lot number. What am I think I've got a logic bug here. If the immunization... Right, okay, that explains it. It needs to be the date given. It has to match that date code. Like that. And then... Cool. Alright, that handles that case, and then I just want to do the asserts on the other ones. Because what I need to do, because we merged these data, all this data together, and I want to make sure that when we have a record with multiple patients, it all comes back together the right way. All right, so let me catch up with chat. I mean, the fact of the matter is, there is no federal standard for this. States can have individual requirements for it. but I'm not actually certain that any specific state mandates that they are done. It's completely voluntary. In Canada, the province systems all are using the standard. I'm pretty sure that came from Ottawa. Europe is, the European Union in total is all using the EU digital card. All of the United Kingdom is using the National Health Standard card. This lack of standard is a very unique US problem. Now, that's still, the fact of the matter is the Smart Health Card standard is not the easiest to work with, which is why I'm really trying to get as heavily validated as a unit tester that I can, because, like I said, a lot of the cases I saw did not have comprehensive unit tests, which is concerning. Some did, but maybe because they know what the standard looks like better than I do, but I'm trying to defend against hostile actors. That is part of what the mission statement here is. Alright, so that handles all that cases. So now what we need to do here is we need to apply this to this case down here. And then this is just going to make a lot of assertions all at once, because I know that the data is different, but I also know that this data is correct. Now we just need to fix the lot number. So that's 02 and 01. And I have to actually fix a mistake here, because in this data set, the first shot was given on the 1st. Actually, I guess I don't need that record, do I? It's not used. So then record 1 here is 02 and 08. And then, okay, so that passes correctly. So now we just need to check in the unified read that all these are loading in correctly. This is the trick with unit testing, is that you have to check all the things are working. Because right now my code coverage says I'm okay, but I'm not actually checking that I'm getting valid data out. And that is where a lot of people get false confidence with unit tests. So, this is lessons I have learned the hard way as part of my career. So now that we have the two assertions here, if we go back up to multiple people in bundle, the easiest way to handle that is print vars plist 0. Let's just figure out how we get the reference name here. So we just need to get the dot names 0, and that will just get Jane A any person. Now if we scroll up, doesn't actually need to be vars. Spaghetti code is spaghetti. I'm feeling it. Yeah. So if p0 p names equals Jane C any person, Jane C any person, then all the test cases from here become relevant, because this is just the same exact data. Like I said, I do. There's going to be a major case of refactoring with this file. Like I kid you not, I am going to redo it. I'm going to deal with all the copy paste, but I want to make sure the basic case is taken care of. Then what this needs to be is then p equals plist 0, and then we just need to do. Okay. Actually, the easiest way here is Jane equals Jane p equals. Actually, what I'm going to let's do this correctly right now. So what we need to do is we need to add some top-level functions. Define, validate, Jane, and this actually needs to be part of the test class because I need to access to the self method. Self, validate, validate Jane, any person, data. This is the test data from official example 01. And then this just goes in as a patient object like that. And now we take all of Jane's data, which is all the way down here. Refactoring. Always, like I said, always refactor as frequently as you can. Right up to here. This is exactly what I need. Let me actually split this view. Because I want to have this in two places. So up here, we just copy and paste all of this. And then I think all I gotta do is self-test. Let's see, what did I call the function? Validate Jane, any person, like that. Cool. And I just realized my chat's not been scrolling. So with TDD, the biggest thing I have with TDD is that TDD has you design code that doesn't exist, and thus you can easily get locked into cases where you're trying to make data fit a model that isn't right. I have seen it done successfully, but I've also seen it create disasters more often than I see it done successfully. Because you get attached to the original design and it just goes completely whoop. All right. So, yeah, okay, so that's validating correctly. So now we need to add another validation case, which is validate John C. any person. Self person object. Validate John from example 0. And we grab John's. Okay, so, it's John B. any person. John B. any person, I just got that. John B. any person. Oh, and Jane C. any person. I just got that. Okay then. This is fine. No, it's like John can be any person. Jane can see, Okay. It's a play on words in English that's a little bit subtle. All right. Yeah, it's really subtle. Cool. All right, so now we move that to the top level validator class because copy and paste, not refactoring saves lives. Okay, and then this just needs to be self-validate John like that. Confirm that our test still passed. Our test still passed. And they fail if I change, so that code pass is working correctly. All right, so far so good. Wow, we've actually written over 300 lines of test code today. That is a lot of test code. I'm not gonna lie, that's a lot of test code, but it's worth it. So we don't need this here. Let's go back to the multiple people test. And then what we want to handle here Jane P, and then John P is list 1. Else, then we just do that the other way around. Self validate John as John P, and then self validate Jane Jane P, like that. Let's see here, and then I just want to refactor this to be consistent. Oh, I didn't want to refactor. I didn't want to preview that refactor. I just wanted to do it. Jane C, any person, like that. Go back to here. Why is this comparison DOB? Oh, okay, hold on. I missed a line of code. Somewhere there's a dangling variable. Let's see here. Comparison. Let's just find where that missing variable is. Yep, there it is. Validate John B, any person. Okay, cool. That handles that. That handles that. And the test cases get completely... The test cases completely fall apart, but this is fine. Yeah, it's test cases all the way down, and sometimes they become even self-referential. Trust me, I'm feeling that. But the fact of the matter is, let's see here. So if Jane equals Jane C, any person, I feel like this code is wrong. Assertion failed. Yeah, I can see that the assertion failed. There's that. Jane C, any person. Is there like white space there that I'm not seeing? Hold on, is it running this code bait? This here. Raise value error. Are we actually going down this and I'm just somehow getting this all wrong? No, we are going down this code path. So what are we doing wrong? So Jane gets validated here. Did I get the data mixed up? Okay, I think something's actually broken here. So let's deal with this more specifically. Let's raise the names of both cases. And if we get Jane C, any person here, we don't get a second name, but we are getting 2 objects. Which, oh, no, hold on. Grab that. List index out of range. But the length is correct. Oh, okay. I incremented the wrong variable. So we get Jane C, any person, and we get Jane C, any person. Okay, we found a bug. Okay. And this is why it was important to add all that extra test code. Because now we know there's a problem, we just caught something that would have seemed to have been right until it wasn't. So what did I do wrong here? So return listed values here. parse person. We get the person here. Okay, so person record entry goes in with the full URL. Did I make the data wrong, which is entirely possible? Let's look at the multiple bundle data. So if I look at our patient data, we have Jane as patient 1, record 2, record 3. Ah, I have the data wrong. Yeah, I actually have the data wrong. I put the wrong data in the system that I was expecting. Okay. And thus, I have proven the value of comprehensive unit tests. All right, so let's grab the example 0 data. Actually, I think I want to do that the other way around because I can leave that there. Like that. So that's reference 4, reference 3. Okay. So far, so good. So we just grab this entry here. And then there goes the comma. And then we format. Hey, look, now that the data is actually correct, it actually works. Yes! Yes, yes, yes! Oh. Victory. That's a big one. That is a really big one. I'm actually going to do a commit here. Add all. Properly handle a bunch of fire edge cases and also multiple people in a card. Yes, that is nothing short of a victory. Wow, that is 800 lines added to the thing. Oh, that is a victory no matter how you define it. Okay. All right, let me give the chat some undivided attention. I think I missed a super chat. Thank you, Thomas Boyle, for the $5 euro. Oh, sorry, for the $5 euro. Okay, that's fine. I can accept that the euro. But, no, not really. The commit messages are just there as a general reference. I'm not that crazy about. I'm not ready to go to bed yet. We've been working on this for 4 hours. We have one more test I need to code before I can actually put this to bed. This test code to bed. I want to handle the URL as reused case because that is a potential exploit vector that I had noticed. So, okay. Just out of curiosity, what is the project's lines of codes up to? Not that it's like really it matters at all. So if I put vector and then I put tests, we currently have 500 lines of code and 6,000 lines of JSON. Woohoo! Oh, this is going well. This is going well. The test level is getting self-referential here. It legitimately is, but we are getting there. Just want to check some things, make sure there's nothing particularly on fire while I'm looking. Okay. No, we appear not to actually be on fire. The fire does not actually appear to be on fire. However, the streamer's leg is falling asleep. So I'm going to just take a quick break. Talks amongst yourselves. Thinking if I have anything fast and easy to cook. I believe the answer is no. So I'll eat after the stream. So, all right, let's come back to this we'll come back to this in 2 minutes. Just enough for me to stretch my legs and make sure everything is good. I don't really want to order pizza. I'm paranoid having people over the apartment. B, I used to live off takeoff food and, yeah. All right, I'll be back in 2 minutes, folks. Okay, I am back. I feel better having just moved around for a bit. Incidentally, for those who weren't here for the beginning of the stream, PCM's development has resumed. It's not being done by Sarah Walker anymore, but the project has been officially handed over. There will be future versions coming, which is really awesome for those of us who use it. Let's see here. The answer is there are official COVID apps in the United States, but notice the word that I'm using is called apps because it's a per state thing and it's completely and very, very inconsistent. But yeah. Anyway. Yeah, New York has Excelsior Pass. New Jersey has, I think it's called Traveler, which is a smart health card. I've shown the list of what the cards were. California uses a smart health card. I don't know what they actually call it, but the California cards should be decoded by this. So much more test code I have to write. So the last test case I want to handle is what happens if we have a bundle with the same URL. URL collision. So much test data, so much wow. Okay. So let's find the other patient data resource. And what I want to do is I just want to mark that this is a collision because this value needs to be unique or the whole thing just goes. Because I noticed that potential bug when I was done with it earlier, doing this earlier. So what I think all we have to do to handle this case correctly is when we load the people dictionary, which is right here, we just need to do a check. Confirm that this URL hasn't been used before. No, actually, I think I need a more specific and generic case. I think what we actually need to do is we need to have a unique set scene your full URLs set. URLs in smart health cards are freeform. Let me close the file browser. And are used in a self-referential and used to link objects together. It's possible in a case of multiple people on a given card that a URL duplication could be used as an attack. As a safeguard, load all URLs as seen and bail out if we get a duplicate. Okay, so so here is where with a set, it should just be scene full URL add, and I believe, hold on, let's see here. If full URL is in scene for yells raise value error duplicate URL detected. Okay, now we just run the code coverage test to see if we've regressed anything. When we haven't, let's write the new test that handles this. So multiple people in bundle, and then we just need this part. And then let's see here. Define test proper bailout with duplicate URL. Cool. Okay, hold on. That needs to be fixed. Collision. Whoops. Yeah, collision. Okay, there we go. Yeah. The idea, and I'm really hoping this will be the case, is that we will be able to dynamically determine the type of card from the type of QR data we get. One of the things that Smart Health Card does correctly is that the QR code has a unique identifier in the first 5 characters. It has SHC:/ to identify it. The New York ones are not that nice, but I'm hoping the vast majority of cards have something like that will make it easy for me to identify. Otherwise, we'll have to try decoding them with each and every decoder, and then go from there. Okay. So we now have the duplicate data case, and I believe this is the last major unit test we need to write for the fire parser, which, given 2 hours is not bad to get all that done. I mean, it could be better, but I'm going to take that for what it is. Let's see here. So that leads to bundle URL collision. URL collision. I believe this is the last test case I need to write, unless someone can think of something I'm missing. Example, there's the bailout code, and then hopefully this asserts. Yes! It does. No, it doesn't. It doesn't bail out for the reason I was supposed to. It dies due to value error, but not to the one I thought it would. What did I do wrong? In scene full URLs. Oh, I forgot to add the URL. Yeah, it that would help. I thought I did this. Yeah, there we go. Duplicate URL detected. Woohoo! And then we just need to add the value error. Let's see here. And then with self assert raises raises value error like that. Boom! Cool. So get status, get add, get properly detect and error out if duplicate URLs are seen in fear bundle. Oh, that is a victory. That is a victory. Right now we're just reading, decoding, and parsing of the vaccine data card. So let me explain this because there's a lot of people who may not seen the earlier streams. The Smart Health card is a turducken. The whole thing starts as a QR code, which I don't have open here. The QR code decodes into a long list of numbers like this called SHAC. That in turn decodes to this, which is a base 64 data blob, which decodes into a JWS header and a zlib blob on top of it. And then at the very center of the turducken is the fire bundle, which is what we've been working on. And I think I just noticed why this is expired. I just noticed part of that. There is an expiration date on the signature right here. So I believe the way Johnny Revoked works is that he has an expiration date in his signature. I don't handle that case as of right now, but that's also further up the sign-in sheet. Yeah. It is a proper turducken, and the fire specification was not built for COVID smart cards. It was built as a general purpose medical system. That does mean that the smart card standard can be extended to handle things like PCR and rapid antigen tests. But it also means it's a freaking pain in the butt to work with. And there are other issues relating to signature validation that I am going to deal with further down. Yeah. I have been told that the reason, so from people who do work with QR codes, what I have been told is that base 10 numbers will actually compress better as a QR code than base 64, and you will actually get a space saving by doing this. I haven't checked this myself, but this is what I was told. And if that is the case, then it makes sense. It's annoying, but it makes sense. Then, because you have to deal with binary compressed data, because what they do is they have it as a a zlib compressed blob. That's why it has to be base 64. Then you have to decompress it. Then you have to validate it. And then the validation, we were dealing with that nightmare yesterday. That nightmare is not done, but at least I can read the blasted cards. The signature check is it is JSON web signatures. There is a list of known valid providers that we found yesterday. It's in my Discord. I don't really want to go digging for it because I don't need it right now. I believe I actually have it in the README file. If you go to the README file and scroll all the way down, there's the VCI directory, which appears to be a complete or semi-complete list of all the known smart card health providers. And so that is the closest thing that I'm taking as a table of truth for the time being. Like I said, I'm fingers crossed this will hopefully pop up on someone's radar who knows more about this than I do, and I've got more people that I'm going to try and reach out to as this project evolves. But I think we handled the big ones on the... We're not done with the to-do list. The to-do list is going to probably continue more past this point. But I need to take a break from where we are right now. So if we go and run coverage, where we are right now is we are 45% code coverage. The parser is completely handled, the person is completely handled, and the vaccines are completely handled. We're not dealing with the key management as of yet, but my implementation is known to be incomplete, so that's understandable. The validator stuff is also, there are edge cases here that I need to handle that we can now do properly because I've written a lot of utility code to make it possible. There's probably some additional functions I want to deal with to help. I could formalize it as GitHub to-do issues, but until I'm dealing with multiple people programming, I'd rather just keep it in a to-do file and just edit. The whole point here is to rapid prototype this as quickly as possible so we know if there's a design problem or not with the approach. And we've already refactored this code a whole lot of times. So far so good. The real trick is going to happen when we add Excelsior Pass, which is the second one I'm planning on adding. More out of a line self-interest in the number of people that will help, because Excelsior Pass is what I need. But that will add a second data standard to the mix that has to be handled abstractly through the validator interface. I still want to put the Flask front end on that. I don't know if we're going to do that today, but we might still do that, but I want to discuss the hardware and the so-called end results. So for those who, unfortunately, I don't think I'm going to get this done in time for the con that I was hoping for. There's too much left to code. It's close, but I don't think it's close enough. But I do want to sketch out some ideas here. So what I am thinking is if we go to api.md, let's make a new file for this. No, it's not D. Let's go with MD. So REST API notes. I just wanted to find what this is. I don't even know if REST is the right thing to use here. I guess it would be more JSON RPC, but so what I'm thinking is we want to have one endpoint. Endpoint is going to be v1 card data submission. And the data we want to take in is, wow, I'm completely forgetting how JSON works. I think it's just going to be exactly one field is going to be QRD code, representation of QR data. I don't have the Markdown editor installed anymore. Markdown. This is the one I was using. I like this one. I don't like... This one does not work very well the last time I tried it. Let's see here. Let's see if I can remember how you actually do tables in Markdown. Screw it. It doesn't need to be pretty. This is literally notes just to let me know what I'm doing. So, QR decode, let's see here. Get, takes JSON object in from scanning application. QR decode, representation of the QR data with no processing attached. For instance, a smart health card would just upload data in the form of I might have to put a MIME type on this. I just had a thought about this. There is possibly someone is using a binary format, which I don't really want to think about, but maybe. Yeah, it's entirely possible. Okay, so we actually need to take 2 fields here. Take upload of HSC 1234. In case of binary data, data shall be uploaded as base 64 upload. QR data type handles QR data. I prefer not to say on air, just because it was never anything official. It was something I was hoping to do, but I'm not going to say what it is on air. So okay. Spaghetti, yes, real. In case of binary data, let's see here. Upload. Load data type required. Let's see here. Submit it. Post. Let's see here. Get. Yeah. So you send a post request to this endpoint, and then what should come back? Let's see here. QR data type. Either binary, either text, MIME type, question mark, check QR standards. I have to look. I have to see how QR codes actually encode stuff, so I know for a fact. I always believe that you should use version URLs on the offhand chance that you design yourself into the corner so you can handle old and new clients. Like, I guess I could do, endpoint is... I'm open to criticisms on how to do this. I don't do a whole lot of REST work, and most of the time it's me flying by the seat of my pants. And I mean, in some ways I could say this is more RPC than it is REST, because we're not retaining any data, but we might have endpoints that have information about the backend. So maybe? I don't know. I find REST as a general rule is the easiest to work with if you have to add future cases down. So card submission, and then this needs to returns JSON object that contains the following fields. Decode, validate, okay. Verify card validity, and then and this is the only mandatory one. see here. Returns error code 200. Okay, used to represent successful green check validation. 200 validation. I always get a little bit iffy on using HTTP return codes. Maybe that's a bad idea. But it also makes sure that people don't handle bad data accidentally. And then I guess I'm trying to think of what other codes you could use. I believe there's a 400 for other ones. So 200 Joseph fields contain the card validity. First name, last name, vaccination, immunizations, which is object, and then last administered, issued by. Okay. Yeah. Okay. We're not doing 201 created because we're not storing any data on the back end. This is a submission and check if the data is good. This is a zero information retained design. Yeah. And then 400. Let's see here. Well, I also need one that the request was valid, but the server couldn't validate it. I guess that would be a 500. Hold on. HTTP error codes. Let's see what we actually get here. Server error messages. Okay. I really probably shouldn't use any 500 codes. Yeah, I probably shouldn't use any 500 ones. I guess code 400. Code 400 used. Let's see here. Yeah, 400 used. 400 bad request used for red check, gray check. But how do I denote that something was? I could return 203 non-authoritative information. 203 non-authoritative information. See, that won't cause an assertion though. That's kind of why I don't want to do that. Normally, most request libraries will throw an error if it gets a 400 code, but it'll accept all the 200 codes just fine. I think 400 is just what we're going to have to do, and we're just going to have to make it clear that the client has to denote or has to look at the error code more specifically. So probably means that we need a super object to serialize the data back in. So I guess it would look something like, I don't know. Like, let's see here. Card decode. Card deserialization or card. I don't want to say serialization. What's the way I want to put it? Card decoded contents. And that's an object. Card validation status. And then good. And then validation error is there. I mean, something like that as a top level object, and then we just go out from there. Success without the second. No, it's just I can't spell. Yeah, the fact of the matter is we'll return a JSON object in all cases. I don't want people... the problem is that I don't have a good way of handling the indeterminate failure. Which really depends on the author doing this correctly. Because then what we can do is card decode status. We have card validity... good. I guess I don't actually need that there, so we would have first name would be John. I wonder if I should go last name equal see anybody. Or maybe we just do this as a general name field. It just makes life a bit easier, but yeah, so John, see anybody. I mean, I can see internalization problems with that. We'll come back to that. Immunizations would look like this. And actually, this would be a list. So vaccine. Object 1, vaccine, Moderna, admin, administrate, given on 01/01/2021. And then 29. So you get the immunizations. If I have it, I'll give the lot number back. And actually, that needs to be a string. I mean, I don't expect... This is just me sketching out what this is going to look like. Lot number 10. So that should cover all the big info. And then... I want to just have information on issued by... Actually, I want to have card type. Card type, smart health card. Issued by example issuer. Because we can determine that from the we can determine that. It's just the if you look for stream beats, that's the entire playlist. It's all free for use with streaming applications. I just realized my head's being cut off by the camera. Okay, so I'm thinking that actually looks good. Let me bring this full screen. So if we... Can I make this bigger? I guess not. This is looking sane to me because we have the card type, we have the first name, last name, the immunizations are given, and if we have, we'll give the issuer either just the raw IIS field or a lookup table if we have it. The VCI database has names for most, if not all, the issuers. I haven't completely gone through that list. It's because I didn't need to for the minimum viable the minimum viable products, and then so forth and so on. So I think that works as a relatively sane way to handle this. I'm trying to think if there's anything important that I'm missing besides commas. Card type, first name, last name, immunizations. Like, if we ever get a case, of where we have PCR tests on the card, we can add that as a different type of response, because this gives us a pretty good top level thingamajig. I'm not super worried about the specifics because the only consumer of this API is, in theory, an application that I'm also writing. Obviously, it probably won't stay that way, but I'm not super worried about it. Like, there's a lot worse things that can go wrong here. I'm just looking right now. I have to say that this video has not been as badly dislike bombed as I was expecting compared to the last ones. Validation errors, 200 okay, 400 bad request. Returns, data submission. I think that works from a top level point of view. So now the other part I kind of want to sketch out. I don't know how much more energy I still have, but let's go with what I am thinking with. So if we pull up a Google tab, let's do a little bit of searching. So one of the big things I was thinking of is if we get a camera, like if we took a Raspberry Pi camera, this is probably one of the older ones, like you could easily grab this and it would work in a batch. I mean, you could really make this a battery powered device pretty easily. I mean, if we look at this is probably, yeah, let me see if I can find a newer camera. That's actually a pretty old one. The camera module 2 replaced it in 20. Did they retire the camera entirely for the Raspberry Pi? I thought there was still a camera. Oh, here we go. Camera module. Buy now. How much do they want for it? The Pi Hut. 50 pounds. Okay, that's a little bit. Oh, here we go. This is what I was looking for. Buy now. How much do they want for this? 24 pounds is a little bit more reasonable. That's still kind of pricey. So United States. Let me just go for pricing in my own country. Pieshop.us. So 25. So $30. Base price of a Pi is what? 20. I believe it's still 20. Because if we grab the, I mean, we could probably, a maker would probably do this with a Pico, but while I'm prototyping it, I don't want to deal with a Pico. So, what is the current price for a Pico? Current price for a Pico is $5. So that would put a unit cost of $25, plus we would need an SD card of some sort. No, I'm based in the United States. I live in New Jersey. Because if we use a Pico or a zero, or actually, sorry, it would be a zero. It wouldn't be a Pico. Sorry, brain. Because you still need the SD card slot. You'd still need a display of some kind, but depending on what you're using it for, it makes sense. I mean, you could realistically build a handheld scanner with a 3D printed case for under $100, which is in reach for pretty much any organization. Yeah, I got a little brain fart. I'm thinking zero. Because we could probably get this to fit easily within a 1 gig micro SD card. I also want to be able to recycle existing hardware. If we are using a laptop, like an old laptop, it could be used as such a kiosk. It could be modified to drive a printer. That was the original use case I was planning for. So this could become a very easy, very quick, very affordable handheld scanning solution that is not an Android phone. See, the reason I don't want to go with an Android phone is that provisioning apps on an Android phone, you have to install them or you have to have it access to the marketplace. The phones themselves are generally very bulky. The camera scan is not the greatest. Because I'm thinking of a variety of use cases. Because what was brought up to me yesterday was the idea of doing the badge life thing with a mobile COVID-19 QR code checker. Again, raising awareness. Yeah. Well, this isn't for compliance testing. This is handling the case of a lot of places don't have good solutions for handling COVID validation. There's only one app that handles most of them as is, and it can't be integrated into other things. The only app that I saw that could handle multiple cards was the PathCheck DDCC checker, which I'm not actually sure is in the Android store. I know the source code's available, but I haven't even tried to build it. But it's a Kotlin project that's completely tied to Android. Single app Android solutions are a pain to do because Android does not make it easy anymore. It used to be. It's not anymore. So, well, that was what I was thinking. So when I was looking into this, I was also looking at Ubuntu Frame, which is something that Canonical came out with, like 2 months ago? Yeah, that's fine. They can leave cookies. So basically, this is an extension of their earlier Mirror Frame. It basically is a snap on a stick that is designed to plug into Ubuntu Core and load a given kiosk application. So that means that the only things that have to run on the Pi is Python, which we could deploy as a Docker app, which makes it very easy to rapidly iterate for changes, and I can script building the entire image from start to finish. And that would handle x86 and ARM64. So that handles the big three right there in one go. Ubuntu's a little bit bloated for what I want. Alpine might be a better choice, but the thing is, I don't know Alpine anywhere near as well as I know Ubuntu, for one. And for two, if you need to extend an existing application, it's more likely to be glibc based versus Muzzle-C, I believe is how it's pronounced. But there is a valid argument that Alpine would be the way to go here. I don't know enough about Alpine to say definitively at this time. But the idea is that you could easily recycle pretty much any single board computer and get this to work. And ideally, at some point, we will actually port it back to Android. There are quite a few ways to run Python applications on Android, because we could build CPython into an Android app. And then, with one exception, the code as written has no external dependencies. The only exception is the cryptography modules. And we can make those modular. Well, that's modular modules. Wow, what a novel concept. So, yeah. The fact of the matter is that I'm not selling this, for one. I'm not collecting the data. I mean, if the FDA comes down on me, which they're not, I'm not selling this as a medical device. It's designed to be a quick and easy check. If nothing else, it's a reference check, because it doesn't, as it exists, it basically doesn't exist as it is right now. Yeah. If this was being used in a medical as I understand it in the United States, and someone may correct me, a given private event is free to use any sort of criteria they want to choose how to invite people. And vaccine status is a completely valid and legal grounds in which to require for a given event. It's considered a matter of public safety. And that actually not only is baked into 2 centuries of Supreme Court rulings, it actually goes back to the Continental Congress, because George Washington himself mandated vaccination, or the predecessor to vaccination, to smallpox for the entire Continental Army. So the legal precedent is so far along, it's ridiculous. Yeah. No, this is designed to not have any network We don't need any network capability. This is load the application and go. No need to talk. The data does not leave the device, and the data is not stored on the device. You could burn this program into a ROM chip, and it would still work. That is a design. That is the design. So, I'm sort of leaning towards using the Ubuntu frame, at least for an embed for a first go around. Alpine may be a better choice in the long run, but who knows? Yeah. So, like I said, the way that the vaccination status is determined, there's no standard application for it. I mean, there are some, but there's nothing that I can tell that's officially sanctioned by the CDC. And if I'm wrong, then I am wrong, and then this whole project's been for moot. But at least I learned a lot while doing it. So yeah, so it's literally the entire design of this is thou shalt not store any data except for the very brief period in which we are processing it. No, it's not going to run on an 8088 because it's Python free. So my thought process, because here's the mental thing I'm going. The paper cards are very easy to fake. Let's be honest. That is entirely, that is a real concern that's come up in the news multiple times. I'm being completely factual about that. A QR code offers better level. It helps expedite the people that are taking, expedite the common case and gives you an idea of where to look closely. Now, the problem is that the QR codes are not 100% reliable because there is no standard issuing body. If you got a jab in New York and you got a jab in New Jersey, you will not have a valid QR code from either state. But it is better than nothing. I don't know. I won't deny that there are legitimate problems with doing this. But, before I started the stream, I saw posts of test administrators being harassed and attacked in New York City. Literally about 10 minutes before I started up. And it just tells me that we need to be trying to do more things. And maybe this is not the 100% the right solution. But it is what it has to be. Yes, but the thing is, does the app for New Jersey work with all different cards? You can't validate an Excelsior Pass card with a New Jersey app. They're different standards. That is the problem. Okay. And let me just make this very clear, is a lot of the things that we have to deal with is education, is both not only education, but compassion. It is very, very easy to be upset that people will not spread misinformation or accept misinformation. But there has been, the pandemic response has not been what I call good. We just saw that with what happened with the CDC. A lot of trying to get people past vaccine hesitancy is to help them understand. There are certain people that will never accept it, but there's also a lot of people who are on the fence. And yelling at them and calling them names does not help. Being told that you're just wrong has the human tendencies to dig down. And that's not what we need here. Now, there is going to be cases, there is likely going to be times where more drastic measures are going to be needed. But that is an action for state and federal governments to determine and to take as needed. The OSHA mandate is a case of that. As individuals, we have to remember the person. Please do not forget the person. Because at the end of the day, most people are doing what they see as right. They're not going out to make the world a worse place. They are not going out to do intentional harm. But because of the amount of misinformation, because the whole thing became politicized, it is so easy to be led astray. Okay. And I'm going to be very clear. Mods, if people start making comments like the one I just removed, please remove them from chat. I will not tolerate it here. There has to be compassion on some level. And to a large extent, and I am guilty of this. If you look at my tweets, you can see me being incredibly frustrated with people that talk about anti-vax. But to a large extent, we need to reach out where we can, protect where we can, and we are all in this together because viruses do not respect, you can't tell a virus that, oh no, this is a bad time on Tuesday. We are all this in together. And there are much larger and much broader problems. A lot of the problem is that a good chunk of the world have access to no vaccines whatsoever. I mean, Omicron happened primarily because South Africa did not have enough vaccine capacity. They have people that want to get vaccinated, they don't have the vaccines. And that created the breeding ground for mutation. And that's how Omicron replaced Delta. And all of that is stuff that can be verified by simple Google searching. All right, let me get off. I'm sorry for getting on my soapbox. This is a topic that I've been kind of deeply invested in for a lot of reasons, and it's kind of why I'm willing to go the extra length about talking this on YouTube. Because as of right now, there are 60 people in this stream listening to me talk. If I manage to change the mind of 5, it is possible that one of them will convince someone else to get vaccinated. And that may legitimately save a life. And at the end of the day, I can't see that as a wrong action. I'm going to get hatred. I'm going to get hate mail. It's already happening. But I am sitting here knowing that I can make this difference. That people are willing to listen to me for whatever reason that they choose. And that's what's driving this project. That is why I'm sitting. I could do this without doing the live streams. And I would have a much simpler life for it. Mr. Pix, we're basically talking about why we're doing certain things involved with this. I guess there was a different message there that I didn't see. And I really do want people to point to my live streams, point to my posts. This is not me trying to get the word out. But I want people to relay these messages. I want them to understand. And hopefully I don't run into problems with YouTube, because YouTube's enforcement is a shoot once, shoot twice, and then once everyone's dead, ask some questions later. It's happened to a lot of people. Okay. It's fine. No, we're still going. I'm kind of mentally unwinding for a little bit before we dive back into this. Because I need to accept that I'm not going to meet my initial deadline. I was overly optimistic because I thought that this was going to be a relatively easy thing to implement. And oh man, it is not. But the cases that I want to handle, thank you for the $5 super chat donation. Let me go back to defining the use cases. This is the 0-1 goal, but we never really talked about use cases in a larger, broad sense. And use cases that I want to handle. First, reference implementation. To the extent possible, I want this to be a comprehensive reference for all known major vaccine cards. While these exist in multiple places, they're usually either tied to a browser-based framework or to a given mobile platform. As such, it is difficult. Actually, this needs to be a top level thing. This needs to be like that. As such, it is difficult to repurpose. You know what? Let me get a spell checker before chat disowns me. Spell checker. Okay, there we go. See spell. Fine. Cool. Okay. Okay, so cool. Now we can actually spell check. That was not the key combination I was looking for. Okay. Hey, look, it's a spell checker. Repurpose. Purpose for other needs. Purpose for other needs. Reference implementation. Purpose for other needs, or to be used for educational purposes relating to how COVID cards are, relating to how information is stored on COVID cards. It's for people that that want independent verification of what their cards contain. This is intended as also to provide insight into an otherwise murky world. The long story short is I have health issues that have kept me out of work for an extended period of time. I was working to build the channel up to the point that it would be a full-time career. I was probably about halfway to what I needed to make per month to actually be able to live unsupported. My family has prevented me from, when my health collapsed in 2018, my family has prevented me from everything going up in flames. It has gone better for me in more recent years, but a 9-to-5 job is a complete impossibility for me. I can't even start a stream at a consistent hour. Today and the last few days have been better days, but I have days where I can't even get out of bed for the most part. So YouTube for me was intended as a full-time career and path to independence. It is part of why I've been a little bit struggling, because if for whatever reason YouTube decides to obliterate my channel, it's not like I had a lot of other options to begin with. But I also see the stuff that stays up on YouTube, and I just wonder I'm being paranoid. I legitimately wonder if I'm just being paranoid about it. I mean, I don't hide this. If you read my community posts, I do talk about that I have health issues, have done horrible things to any sort of release schedule. But the other option in my book is to do nothing, and we've just talked about why that is not an actual option. My honest truth is I'm hoping that I still have a community and I still have people invested in my content. And the reputation that I pick up for doing this, because there are people that will, there are even pro-vaccine people that are completely against any sort of identification cards, that it doesn't destroy my career prospects. But there are times you have to look past yourself, and that's one of them. And that's really what it boils down to. And I will beat on that particular dead horse until it's dead. Wow, that was redundant. Okay, maybe NCommander has less energy than he realizes. Let's actually just write this out. Yeah. So for those who want to provide insight, okay, so like I said, this is designed to solve a lot of problems. I just don't know how well it'll be adopted. I don't know if I'm going to run into other issues. But if nothing else, the education alone, I hope, is worth it. This is insight of Murky World with hopefully well-readable and understandable code that they can run on their own system. So the other use cases I want to handle non-Android iOS validators. In general, the only applications that appear to exist are iOS, Android-based as of right now. There are some Node.js implementations, but they don't work on universal cards. Jean-Pierre, unfortunately, it doesn't work like that. It should work like that. But by the same standard, racism shouldn't exist. Sexism shouldn't exist. There should be no, discrimination against LGBT should not exist. But it does, because some people can't handle it, and it's tragic, it's sad, and I don't know what I can do besides what I am able to. Alright. Node.js implementations don't work on universal cards. Spherical cows in the vacuum. As such, it makes it very hard to use a QR code scanner as part of a larger application, such as a streamlined check-in registration. Okay, streamlined check-in registration. The original envisioned use case. Okay, the original envisioned use case was streamlined registration for a conference, versus having to deal with either taking QR codes on faith or manual validation of each and every card. It should be noted, however, that COVID-19 ID vaccine cards are not valid without external ID. I don't even know there's demand for this. It was a few people talking for this event that's coming up. I know for a fact that we'll almost certainly use this at our local hacking group, if nothing else for educational purposes. Maybe if there is a DEF CON 30, because I honestly don't know if there will, I'll submit something for Biohacking Village. Like, I decided to write a COVID QR validation code. Here's the nightmare I found myself in. I don't know what else to say, though. I don't know what else to even think. I keep pressing the wrong key shortcut. So check and registration. Handle non-Android, non-OS validators. I mean, I'm just a guy from Jersey. That's really what it gets down to. A guy who may be destroying his entire YouTube career to do something he is doing right. It is what it is. Handle non-Android, non-OS use cases. Allow interface embedding in other applications easier. The initial plan was, for instance, let's see here. Allow initial, for instance, COVID-19 checker badge life, TM, would be an amazing thing to see. Let's see here. I don't know. Okay. So going back up. So I want to add a note here. This needs to be like something I'm shouting from the heavens. Note. COVID, under best case scenarios, when combined with a combined with national ID of some sort, a COVID QR checker can provide assurances that a given person is properly vaccinated. However, at least in the United States, there are real-world cases where a properly... Okay. However, especially in certain areas with non-centralized issuing, it is possible to have cases where an individual will not have a valid digital record because it was split into multiple locations or locale or registries. As such, this application can only be used to streamline good cases, streamline the best case scenario, and not as a replacement for manual checking. I really want to make that clear. Goth Alice, I would love to hear more on things. I probably need to talk. There are certain people that I need to talk to more in depth to understand the implications of certain actions. And like I said, I am somewhat depending on network effect to help make this make a difference. Like, if I was just a random guy pushing code to GitHub, no one would know and no one would care. But I'm in a position to make people care. So we're going to try. Story tests are basically where you design a scenario and determine how the application gets used. I have mixed feelings about story tests because a lot of times they can make a lot of things, you have to mock a lot of things that don't, to make them valid. But they have a very important use case in UX scenarios. I'm more not a fan of them in back-end coding, which is my big standard, but they have a lot of validity in front-end coding. There are I actually make a difference between story cases and use cases, because I see story cases as you literally model the entire thing from start to finish of how a user interacts with it. A use case might handle a given scenario, but it will leave out certain steps for the purposes of practicality. And that was the way I was taught the difference between the two. I both believe they are valid. And in this particular case, they're extremely valid, because I tend to be cynical about a lot of things in tech. Like, I do not have a positive opinion of Docker. Docker is going to be very useful in this project because of what it is, but I still don't like it in the general sense. Pull requests are welcome. Alright, so unfortunately we are starting to lose people, but that's also because it's probably 5 p.m. and I've been harping on for the last few hours. So going back to my stream goals document, we haven't finished the unit tests. We have talked about the hardware design aspects, but I actually want to put some of this down into paper because this is going to shape the things that come. This is a big thing in software development that a lot of people gloss over, is the design aspect of it to make real world cases valid. So I actually want to talk. Let's actually add a document here. So hardware implementations, hardware deployment stuff. Yeah, okay, fine. I'm professional. I'm going to just go with stuff. Hardware. Okay, various hardware deployment scenarios. Vaccina plus its API are designed to have as minimum requirements as possible. Hopefully the goal, although potentially not feasible, the goal is to keep as much code in base Python libraries as is possible and as few dependencies as possible. And let me move that over, as few dependencies as possible. I feel like I should move my face cam down to the other corner. Yeah, wow. And yeah, I actually got the project name wrong. Current thought process towards deployment image. Use of Ubuntu Core as a base has all needed dependencies prepackaged, and is trivial to deploy Docker containers on. Use of Core also allows easy upscaling to other machines. Use of Core allows easy upscaling machines. Support for Raspberry Pi. And general familiarity. However, Ubuntu Core offers Ubuntu Frame as a turnkey solution to host a web application to gather a PKI code, which is useful for... Yeah, let me move the face cam just to make things a little easier. Droid cam. All right, I'm just gonna come down here. Okay. PK. Sorry, not PK. Gather QR code. Host a web application to gather QR codes and similar. However, unknowns. Can Ubuntu Frame access camera devices? I couldn't tell from the documentation. Okay, Ubuntu core-based solution. Hold on. Goals. Easy to deploy, install. Easy to embed, adapt. All right. So far so good. Alright, let's see here. Where else are we going? Easier to deploy and adapt. Work. We may end up deploying multiple solutions. We'll see. Alright, multiple solutions. So I kind of like the core solution as an initial proof of concept. I know the stack inside and out, but I don't know if it can access the camera device because Ubuntu Frame runs as a snap, and snaps are a little bit hit or miss. I'm going to assume that the Pi camera, I've never actually used it, shows up as a video for a Linux device. The unit test, we've got unit tests done for the entire core payload. We're doing design aspects right now, Peter. We'll definitely, so we still have more things we need to handle, but this is where we are as of right now. So can Ubuntu Frame access camera devices? General familiarity. That's the biggest unknown here. Is I just don't know. Let me list some goals here. Hardware deployment scenarios. Old laptop with webcam. Raspberry Pi with camera module. Any SCB with V4L Linux module. Maybe Windows embedded. Maybe. Okay, good to know about the dev video. I didn't know that for a fact. So, because I think if we handle at least the first two cases successfully, this probably will make a difference in helping validate stuff, because then you can install the machine in a corner. You don't have to worry about a handheld scanner. It's literally a kiosk-based design. You scan it, you go, you're on to the next. Ability to interface with external hardware. I.e. print a ticket with a thermal scanner. May require access to either dev, TTY, S0, USB 0, and or cups, but please no. Easy to interface, easy to extend various cases as needs change. Okay, scan.net, lamp to you too. God, how is that a thing? How is that a thing? So I'm thinking this is a very valid set of hardware use cases. I'm not completely convinced that it will work, but I don't know. So easy to deploy, easy to adapt. This handles the hardware deployments. No, it's not a lamp stack. It's literally referring to my lamp. This was a joke that started yesterday because I had the microphone in the shot like this, and people kept making comments that I have that my lamp is nice, and then this led to a bunch of jokes, and thus we now have lamps. And this is how we end up with lamp ASMR. So I also want to discuss Alpine-based solution. Alpine is based around Mosul C and is, in general, considerably smaller than Ubuntu. Alpine might be better for constrained hardware, but I'm less familiar with it in a general sense. Furthermore, if interaction with existing glibc binaries needs to happen, Alpine is difficult, as such things are not supported. Let's see here. One of the major pros of Ubuntu Core is the long life of an LTS release, with Ubuntu 2024 LTS coming soon. Okay, so that's my arguments on Ubuntu Core, Alpine-based solution. Alpine has generally excellent hardware and environmental support, but need to consider support life as a whole. Mostly just boils down to I have to do more research. Alpine may want to support both these cases in reality. Okay. Important factor is this needs to be entirely turnkey. You download a pre-made IMG file, you pop it in, and it boots regardless. No configuration, no changes needed. Furthermore, no internet access or network connectivity of any sort is needed. All information is locally stored. It's not there yet. The tool's not done yet. I don't know. It is what it is. Like I said, it stores nothing. It just looks at the card and determines if it's valid. I mean, I'm not advocating this as fit for any purpose. It's not. No, it's fine. All information is locally stored. Like I said, hopefully this works. I'm thinking that these two base solutions work, but maybe supports reality. Biggest question is what to do for front end. Web-based front end versus, say, PyQt. This is something I've kind of been thinking out. Is I don't like the idea of having a full WebKit stack if I don't need it, and I'm almost feeling like a Qt-based UI might be easier, especially if I can abstract elements of it. I can't code that quickly, but there is something to be said for doing it that way. No, this is intentionally designed not to talk to the internet for many, many reasons. I think that more or less covers all the major cases I want to cover, but the UI thing is something I kind of want to think about a little bit more. The web-based front end is good for rapid prototyping. if you're not me. I am not a web developer. I've used React in the past, but I'm not a web developer. I'm actually much more comfortable with Qt. And I can think of good arguments of why you don't want to really have a full web stack, but I don't know if they're actually valid in reality. Because you can grab a lot of off-the-shelf code for web browsers. I'm pretty sure if I looked for a Qt barcode QR scanner, I could also find that really, really easily. I think this is more research required. Yeah, I'm definitely thinking this is going to be more research. I'm just... Yeah, it makes sense to me. I mean, maybe long-term a Qt-based thing is worthwhile. Let's actually do a little bit of Google searching. Let us browse the internet. If we look for Raspberry Pi-based QR scanner, and we find the first thing here is a Python project from Hackster that literally does a Raspberry Pi 4 Model B and a camera module. And it has full instructions. So there's the camera module. So this is an Ubuntu-based solution. And then how does this work from the code? Let's see here. Looks like, I mean, that's basically what I want right there in a nutshell. Okay, so yeah, here's, in this particular case, it opens the camera capture object, and then it, what's here, and it just basically kind of spits it out. I don't know what the CV2 is. What is CV2? Apparently, it's something that's permanently closed in southern New Jersey. Oh, it's a motion. It's a thing for. It's a thing for machine learning identification. So let's look at some of the other ones. I want to see what we have in terms of off-the-shelf solutions. So this, yeah, look here. This one's a Qt-based one. So this one uses Pi Z-bar image. There reads that. And then how are they rendering this to screen? Because that opens the video stream. Yeah, so that reads the video stream, but doesn't actually show how it's outputting it, unless that's part of OpenCV2. Let me see here. Hold on. Pi webcam, Pi camera, Qt viewfinder. Maybe that's what we need. Or Qt display. Getting started with the camera module. Because I feel like if people are going to start making hardware, this is where they're going to start. So how to control, so connect the camera module, that goes like that. Control code, still pictures. But it doesn't actually show you how you display images. Because this shows the images just being taken to the desktop. So if anyone's got decent links, let me know. And that's bot spam. Carolyn Light, the thing is that the moment you start transmitting medical data of any sort, I should say personal identifiable information. I don't actually know how vaccines are classified, but I'll go with the more general case. You run into very difficult legal grounds. I don't want to have to deal with PII over the network. Yeah, no, I know the camera is a video for Linux device. That was already put earlier. I'm trying to figure out how we could easily view the thing. So let me see here. Pi, Qt, Raspberry Pi, display video. I mean, there is something to be said about doing this with Qt. There really is. I mean, there's probably simpler ways to do it, like with a direct frame buffer render, but I'm still tempted to go with a web-based solution for version 0.1. Although, like I said, I'm not great with JavaScript. We can generate codes that will decode. They just won't have a valid signature. It's just QR codes. We're not going to do any sort of machine learning with this. No, this is just all video. Okay, that one we're gonna go. So there's a decent argument to talk about using Qt for this, but we will come back to that. I'm trying to think what else. Goth Alice, your link may have probably gotten deleted. YouTube, I have link filtering enabled because, let's be honest, YouTube bots are a real problem. I'm thinking. I think we're going to go until the 6-hour mark. I mean, I could probably do more coding. We could work more on the actual unit tests. But I'm starting to see what the end game of this is going to look like, and I'm actually feeling pretty good about that. Search up Qt Cam. Okay. Let's see here. Qt Cam. I'm assuming this is what we're looking at. Emulated support for pin capture. My only problem with this is a GPLD free library, which means that the whole project becomes that, which is, if I'm looking at the right one. Because licensing is a concern about this, unless you're meaning this Econ Station 1. But there are definite options available here. The biggest thing is dealing with rendering to a frame buffer, which I want to be able to support random ULED displays, which may or may not work with with Wayland or X, because a lot of those tend to run with a special library and completely bypass the or at least some of them I've seen bypass the HDMI port. Like I have a little OLED display on my Pi 5141, which completely bypasses the graphics display. Pi camera for Android. Oh! Well, that's interesting. It doesn't actually help me get the video on the screen. Well, actually, maybe it does. There's the ribbon, there's the camera, there's the Pi. There's the enable. So that's capturing the file, capturing the stream. something to be said about this approach. There is something to be said about this approach. I am not convinced that this is the right way to go, but it's definitely... Because if we go with the Python approach, and this is my thought process here, then the entire stack can be easily modified without having to get WebKit involved. Now, WebKit is good for a lot of things. Electron is successful for a reason. But I don't like WebKit on embedded devices if there are alternatives because it is resource heavy. It's not as bad as some things, but, well, there's a reason why Chrome memory memes are a thing. It's probably something I'm going to need help with. I know where my field of expertise ends, and that's probably it. We are coming up on the 5 hours, 31 minutes mark. Let's commit where we are now. I am debating if I've got anything left in the tank. I kind of would like to end today without being entirely a zombie. That would be, like, completely and totally amazing. Cool. And we go back to our generalized to-do list. We have some consider, reconsider. If we look at the unit tests as a whole compared to where we are, let's look at our progress. Like, can we pick up any more low-hanging fruit? We are code coverage of 45%. The biggest thing that we need to cover at this point, the key revocation stuff is a giant freaking pain. I may do that off camera because there's aspects of that I don't really want to do live. The CTM card manager I also want to handle. I need to be able to serialize. I need to be able to create arbitrary cards because I want to be able to run bad signature data through this. There are tools to do this, but I have to get them set up. I have to do a CA and more. It's kind of obnoxious. I'm not going to lie. Basically, what I have to do is I have to set scripts that will generate a private key per session, take the data in the raw JSON form, turn it into a QR code or the QR code representation, and then decode the whole thing to run it all the way through to make sure I handle all the cases relating to key validation correctly. And that is the biggest thing I need to handle. And see, here, hold on, let me look at that repo from Get Alice. FP, let's take a look at that repo. Simple transmit all remains in the data. Yeah, so this is actually very close to what I want. What's the license? Hold on, what's the license on this? There is no license. Or yeah, there's no license on this. Because of course there's no license on this. Yeah, there's absolutely no license. Let me drop the link on this. Let me ask them. Let's just file an issue. Even if we don't use this is good to have. Clarification of license. Can you, would you consider adding a specific license, ideally a permissive one like 2-clause MIT? Two-clause MIT to this project. I'm currently working on my own version of handling COVID cards, or of scanning COVID cards, albeit with a broader scope. But so it would. Oh, did I get the wrong? I got the wrong license. Thank you. It really wouldn't actually matter. But let's be consistent here. Thank you. Broad scope. So, and if there are others who may want to fork or use this, having explicit licensing helps a lot. Regardless, if you choose to do so, just include the text of the license as a file in the core of the repo and set it on GitHub. It really does make a difference for us. Make a difference for others. Thank you for this awesome project. I got it. Explicit. Okay. Explicit licensing helps a lot. If you choose to do so, please include there are a few licenses to choose from, but a non-copyleft license. I'm not going to include that. Hopefully, I don't want to sound like I'm being pushy. Consider adding a specific license, so forth and so on. I call it 2 claws because that's what I think of it as, because I remember seeing this. Sorry. Yeah, all right, I'm a little bit more tired than not. Oh, and the neighbors just started blasting their stereo again. My floor is vibrating. I don't think you'll be able to hear it on stream, but my floor is vibrating. All right, so let me just submit the issue. Boom, done. That is another thing off the to-do list. Hopefully they respond. If they don't, oh well. Even if it doesn't help me, it helps someone else. Cool. I'm kind of tempted to wrap it up here for the night. It is almost 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Well, I'm playing background music. That's not my music. You'd probably hear like dubstep beats as thump-a-thump on the camera. So let's look at the good old to-do list. We figured out what the REST-based API is going to look like. We've got our specific use cases in handling. We still need to handle signature validation, as that's just a giant can of worms that I really don't want to deal with. Probably want to handle logging in some way for debugging cases. Goth House, I'm trying my best to self-care here. There'll be Twitter threads about that. But yeah, we're coming up on the 6-hour mark. Past this point, I think we're past the point I'm going to be able to do anything useful, although I actually, strangely enough, have energy left. We held an average of about 50 viewers. Let me see here. How are we doing? Viewer activity. We've had a pretty active stream today. Lots of good interaction. Yeah. I'm actually feeling somewhat optimistic about this. It's still a fair bit away from where we need it to be, but it's not the end of the world. I mean, right now, we're on day 3 of development. We've got unit tests done for most of the core data parsing. The key signature stuff is annoying, but it has to be done. I'm going to do part of that off camera. Partially because I don't actually want to explain it in depth. There is such a thing as making things too easy. I probably will do that part off camera. I may even do that tonight, so we're ready to go with it tomorrow. Yeah, I think we're gonna wrap it up here. To celebrate the end of the third stream, lamp. Let there be lamp. Look at it. Look at its bright and glowiness. Pollo, I picked Python because it's the one programming language that hasn't entirely leaked out of my brain. The other thing is that I don't need to go for a lot of external libraries. If I was doing this in Go, you have to go to a lot of external libraries to get the same amount of functionality that I already have. If I rewrite it, it might, honestly, I would consider rewriting it in Ada, but I don't think anyone else on the planet is going to use a product that's coded in Ada. I mean, I coded a DNS resolver in Ada. It was fascinating. Also, terrifying. Yes. The lamp is great and, the lamp is great and glorious. But, for those who are actually a bit curious, that was not the window I intended to close. For those who are curious, I am a big fan of the Ada programming language. It's got problems. But this was a project that I was working on for quite a while. To create a secure DNS resolver coding in Ada. I should lower the exposure of my camera because I have it locked. See, now you just see lamp. All you see is the lamp. The lamp is real, and it provides light. And let me move myself back up to the corner. How has this become a thing in my life that the lamp... How has this become a thing in my life that the lamp... The cheap lamp I bought because I couldn't afford a studio light has become a freaking meme in my chat. Like, am I going to have to add a lamp emote to my server? Am I going to have to add YouTube memberships so I can have a premium lamp emote? No, it's just my camera overexposing. Yeah. No, I'm actually a very big fan of Ada. My biggest disappointment in Rust is that they don't do more to handle code correctness. And the more recent versions of Ada are adding versions with borrow checker. But if you like a Pascal-based programming language, if you want to see what a DNS client looks like in Ada, yes. So here, fine. I'll do this. Let me take a drink. To do the Cave Johnson properly, I'm going to go full screen to this because this is the unwind time. We've been in DevOps mode all day. Let's do this properly. Hi, this is Cave Johnson, head of Aperture Lighting Department. Now, you may have heard of our competitors such as Blacklight, who offer substandard lighting solutions for your own place. But with the official Aperture lighting apparatus, we will provide light to all sorts of levels that you cannot even understand. With our patented quantum space hole technology, our lights not only beam into your living room, but the living room in an infinite number of multiverses populated with an infinite number of apertures. We are here to solve the universe's light management needs. So, for example, take this test subject. You can't actually see them right now because they are currently in a different reality. But they tell me that they can see the great and wonderful light coming off this lamp. So, If this is what interests you, we are ready to accept orders on your demand. Just remember, it is Aperture Light Science. And this is Cave Johnson. We're done here. How did I do that in one take? That just became something. I've become Cave Johnson. I've just become Cave Johnson. I've become the Cave Johnson who codes. I don't know what it is, but it scares me. I feel like I need to change my handle on Discord to NCave Johnson. If you've enjoyed this Cave Johnson impression, consider becoming a Patreon, liking, subscribing, or leaving a super chat below. Okay. Oh God, this is what my life has become. I'm writing the application that other people should have already written while making Cave Johnson quotes. I actually can do more gravelly, it's just very hard on my throat. Hi, this is Cave Johnson, and with the Aperture voice modulation services, we can make anyone sound like me. Now, what do you want? We have different voices. We can give you high and squeaky, or low and awesome. With the Aperture Science voice modulator unit, we give you control of your voice. This is Cave Johnson. We're done here. I honestly am feeling like I should add a lamp supporter tier, and all it's going to say is lamp, and be a. How many? The question is, how much money would people pay for a lamp supporter tier? Comedy Flu, hold on. Comedy Flu, I thank you on behalf of this development operation, because people like you is what makes products like ours entirely possible. I think I bought this for about $50. And just to note, I am this is not associated with Valve software. I have to be honest, chat. I'm not actually Cave Johnson. I am just a impersonation of Cave Johnson that you all emulate. You guys are really going to make me go through my receipts to find out how much the lamp cost. Is this where we're going with this? I mean, I probably could find it in my Amazon history. I mean, that's where it came from. I think it was $50. I really am going to have to do playthrough Portal 2 as a live stream, but I'm going to have to do all the Cave Johnson quotes. I'm going to have to do the entire script from start to finish. Okay. Alright, I think we're going to wrap it up here. I kind of want to take a shower. I want to take dinner. I might work on more of this off camera. If anyone else has thoughts, let me know. I mean, we're kind of winding down as is because we're losing viewers. It's 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, which means it's probably late worldwide. So, yeah, I'll leave it going for another 2 minutes just for any last comments, and then I will pull the plug. I will pull the... I like how I get a 2-minute countdown, and then I get a YouTube video to a 2-minute countdown. Comedy Flu, there is Patreon. I don't have YouTube memberships enabled. I've considered it, but I haven't done it as of yet. I'm legitimately sorry that I've kept so many people up. Hopefully my Discord server is not on fire. And can everyone give a round of applause to the mod team who has helped keep this so much more manageable and has put up with now 19 hours of NCommander losing his mind. Searcell, I'll poke you, regardless. Anyway, yeah. So 50. So I think on that note, this is your host, NCommander, getting ready to sign out and wishing you each and all a pleasant day. Please stay safe, especially with Omicron, and remember to be kind. We are all in this together, and the only way we will end this pandemic is as a group, not through individual actions. So, you know, stay safe, stay warm, and I'm going to wait until the countdown hits 0, and then I'm going to shut it down. Well, with any luck, we're going to be doing this again tomorrow. So make sure you got the bell hit just so you know that it's coming. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 1. Okay, yeah, so I apparently count slower than a second. Anyway, this is NCommander signing out. Catch you all later. Bye-bye.